to accommodate some reports which have come fairly late in the day for very good reasons. So I'm afraid you'll have to bear with us a little bit as we jump between items, but I hope that you will feel that that is the better way of making good sense of the order in which things really need to appear. Can I check that everybody can hear in the room and online?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good. Thank you very much. Can I specifically welcome the chairs and vice chairs and members of the other scrutiny committees? Great pleasure to see you all this morning. I've been asked to remind members that this meeting is anticipated to take longer than usual, with an expected finish time of 3 o'clock. But of course, if you can get it done more quickly, you can get to the cake more quickly. And can we thank Councillor Prior-Sankey for having provided it so generously this morning. The agenda pack is available via mod.gov or directly from the website, council website, with the link that was sent out to members. We will be taking item 10 directly in advance of agenda item 4, so that we can set out the context for the scrutiny of the budget options being considered at today's meeting, meaning that there will be no separate item 10. Okay. And then agenda item 9 will be brought forward to agenda item 6 so that all the budget papers are considered consecutively. So this is what I was saying about having to be slightly flexible with the agenda, but hopefully it makes more sense of what we're being asked to do today. When you are asked to speak, can you please state clearly who you are, not just for my benefit, but everybody online, because it will make it much clearer for them to know who is speaking, if you would, and please make sure that you use the microphones. The meeting is being audio recorded, and as agendas are now viewed electronically, can I please request that members and officers refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist everybody present in finding the appropriate information. Those of you with access to the chair's agenda, I'm afraid the numbers aren't absolutely right, so I will endeavour to call out the appropriate page number for the item when we begin it, if it's not obvious. We are not expecting a fire alarm, but should this happen, please follow the Democratic Services officers and they will lead the way out. So with that housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask Mr. Jackson to list any apologies for absence and substitutes?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. We have received apologies from Councillor Sorton, for whom Councillor Reid is substituting, and Councillor Collins from the committee is online, Chair. Everyone else is present.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest, please? None? Right, none to record. Thank you. Minutes of the previous meeting held on the 6th of January have been circulated. Vice Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. At the head of the minutes, there is a section for those present. That is not complete. There were 3 substitutes who are shown in the next section of the minutes who were definitely present because they were substituting. Could we please get that changed before it's signed off?
So subject to that change, are we happy to accept the minutes? Somebody move that, please. Seconded. All those in favour? Thank you. We have no public speakers this morning. So that brings us straight, therefore, to item 10, which I believe you will find on page 249. And I'm inviting Councillor Lotion to introduce this, and then Scott Wooldridge will present the item. Councillor Lotion.
Thank you, Chair. I felt it might be helpful if I did a brief introduction, and I will then hand to our 151 officer before any other officer. This is the budget setting this year. Members will recognise is working differently. And I feel that I owe a really straightforward explanation as to why that is the case. So we saw at the executive before Christmas, I believe, we saw savings coming forward at that point that the executive accepted and will be recommending, and that includes the workforce reduction savings. But there are other factors that we have at play because we have requested, again, exceptional financial support. So those 4 factors are that we have had the provisional local government settlement, but we have not had the final settlement yet. So we're hoping for that, I believe, first week of February, so next week. You may recall last year, Michael Gove announcing some additional monies of 500 million towards social care costs. And so we are hopeful that new Secretary of State, Angela Rayner, will again be looking at costs for councils, upper tier councils that have social care responsibilities, particularly in light of the impact of the budget back in October on national insurance and the national living wage. So we await that final settlement. We're awaiting, of course, capitalisation direction confirmation, both for this year and we have requested for next year. We're less concerned about this year than one might expect because a number of councils, 19 actually, have requested exceptional financial support in the current year, and we are expecting government to want to be closer to the year end before understanding how much of that capitalisation directive each council wishes to use, because in the past councils have requested and then not used it or not used it in full. The third thing, of course, is council tax increase. So we know that the referendum limit is 4.99, 2.99 plus 2 for the adult precept. We know that the MHCLG has said in the past that there may be bespoke referendum arrangements for councils that are already receiving exceptional financial support. So we await response from government. And our 4th factor is use of reserves, where you'll all understand that actually further use of reserves is the last thing we want to do, because reserves are the resilience of a council. So of those 4 factors, 3 are in the hands of government. And so you can understand, Chair, and all our colleagues will understand the importance of waiting for that final settlement. We have savings and pressures and fees and charges here today. They are not in the same scale as the last year and the year before, when we were pulling LGR savings forward and going wider with them, and we had longer spreadsheets of savings. So there are smaller amounts. And as I've already said, quite a lot of our savings have already come to executive before Christmas. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Maria Christofi, our 151 officer, for the much more detail on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to highlight that we're on a budget setting journey and we're not completely finished. As Councillor Lation has already said, we are awaiting a steer from government and the outcome of the final financial settlement, so that we understand the representations that we've made and that all local government have made back to government in terms of the funding settlement not being sufficient for the challenges that we are seeing, in particular some of the new ones, employers' national insurance contributions. We wanted to ensure that we are being as transparent as possible on this journey, so enabling you to see the savings that are ready for discussion and to go through to executive for endorsement to council, where we are with the pressures and the growth that needs in terms of provisions, so that we have a robust budget in the areas that have challenges, what those challenges are, and why there is a recommendation to increase the growth provision that was originally within the medium-term financial plan and strategy in October in terms of assumptions, and also bring to you proposed fees and charges increases so that you can see them now we can have those discussions before the big pack of budget papers is pulled together. It will be in excess of 200 pages, as you know. So we just wanted to ensure that we could focus on these three things now. We're still on the journey in terms of what the gap is, how we're going to close it. We're all still working on more savings behind the scenes. Any of those that are deemed to be robust enough to be in the budget for February will make it through into those big, but in that big budget pack and the council tax setting report with the medium-term financial strategy. Any that are not ready won't make it into that space because they need to be robust in order to be presented, as you know. I hope that members will be able to engage with the papers that are here and know that we are still working hard on ensuring that we can get there. We are also, as Councillor Lation has already said, we're awaiting the outcome from government. So as soon as we know that, we'll know exactly where we are. Thank you.
Any other officer wish to comment at this stage on anything there? No? So is there anything else that we need to talk about in relation to item 10 before we move to item 5? Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just to, I mean, it's been covered in part, certainly by Councillor Lation, but also by our Section 151 officer. I think it's really about that key message throughout that short report, which is helping set the context for the value which scrutiny provides to this council and how this council welcomes the involvement in scrutiny, both in terms of adding constructive challenge, but also working clearly with officers and other parties to help towards setting a balanced budget at the annual meeting. So you're just seeing that that report in the supplement on page 249, all of those points. In summary, we are replicating the process and the approach that we followed roughly a year ago in terms of how all of the scrutinies come together through the Scrutiny Committee Corporate Resources meeting, review the proposals, and where there are any comments or any suggested recommendations in addition to what you see presented, it's the opportunity for the committee to see which of those it may wish to then want to report on to the executive to consider at their meeting on the 3rd of February.
Councillor Ham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask, obviously there's 3 or 4 missing serious figures here. Have we got any indication what we've asked for and what we're hoping to get?
Thank you, Chair. The Leader of Council has written to the Secretary of State, Angela Rayner, laying out our position and obviously referencing exceptional financial support for the current year and again our ask for next year. We've had the opportunity through the exceptional financial support form, and it tells you something that there's a form to complete this year.
We have no sound.
Apologies, I'm hoping this one is better behaved. The fact that there is a form to complete for exceptional financial support tells us that there are more councils completing that form. In the past, it was an individual council approaching government. And of course, it was then the department known as DLUC, now back to MHCLG. So we have been able within that form, and the Leader of Council in his letter has referenced that we have been able to put all the options that are available to us, and that will include the options on council tax, where 1% now, I remember the last time I answered this question, 1% of council tax was equal to 3.4 million. The figure now is 3.6 million because obviously council tax base grows by the year. So the 4.99% is already baked in and was baked in by the previous 151 officer. So we cannot think of that approximately 18 million as additional income this year. That was already baked into the medium-term financial plan. So any further 5%, if government would agree to that, and I have seen in the national press figures of different councils asking for different percentages. So we have given a range. We have not given a single ask. The thing that is really important, and when members look at, if you have looked at those national newspaper figures, is that the starting point for each of those councils is very different because their council tax rate and base are very different. So have a look at Windsor and Maidenhead, where there is the biggest ask, but always please have a look at the graph of how, well, the bar chart of how low their council tax is, because they have kept it low for so many years and are now paying the price. So in Somerset, as in Hampshire, where Hampshire have asked for an additional 10%, Hampshire did the same 6 years of council tax freeze that Somerset councils did. I'm not sure that all councils in Somerset did the same freeze, but of course there is a much greater proportion of council tax that is from the previous county council. So I think what one might want to look at, although I very much doubt I'll ever see it on the front page of the Daily Mail, would be a graph that is the ask of government with another line of where council tax rate already is for those councils. So the short answer, if I may, Chair, is that we have put in a range of ask from the government. We are expecting, of those four factors that I mentioned, we are expecting to flex on those. And of course, what we need first of all, I think, is the final settlement. The final settlement may come with something from government about the referendum limit. It may be bespoke to certain councils. It may be for all councils. Some councils have already been through their executive meeting and gone for the, whatever it is, 4.99%. One I recall was 4.95. So the short answer is we put in a range and we will flex from whatever we hear from government first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Is there anybody else in the room that wishes to ask anything on item 10? Councillor Nicholson, you had your hand up earlier online.
And if I could get off mute, it would be better. Apologies, I had my hand up on the wrong item. I had took it down again.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Dingwall's hand flashed up quickly.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
thank you. I'm afraid I want to push Councillor Lashon for a bit more of a concise answer to what I thought was quite a concise question from Councillor Ham. It was a very long answer that explained about a range of requests to government, but as councillors in a scrutiny committee, we should be privy to what that range is, what the potential bottom end of the received monies might be, what the potential top end of the monies might be, and we need that information in order to make good decisions and to properly hold the council to account. So I'm going to push for a better answer there, I'm afraid.
Thank you. And thank you to Councillor for pushing me for a better answer. I only wish we were in a position to give you a really straight answer. We're looking at a gap in our budget of 66 million today. We don't know what that gap will be when we have the final settlement from government. And I'll repeat again that once we get that final settlement, we will flex on those other three items that I've referred to. So a 66 million pound gap is not where we hope to be by this time, looking at 25-26. And when Maria Christofi joined us as our interim 151 officer, I was hopeful at that point that we would be looking at a budget gap that was, say, half of the budget gap for last year. So last year we were looking at somewhere around 80 million. I was hoping this year that we would be at or under 40 million, and that we would therefore be on the journey to going from 80 to 40 to 20. I always understood that this was not a one-year solution. When the budget was announced, and I spoke to people in other sectors, not just in local government, but in the charitable sector, in the education sector, and I realised what was going to happen, particularly from the national insurance. And it's not just that it went up from 13.8% to 15%, it was the dropping of the threshold from 9,000 to 5,000. And I've spoken to one head teacher in a private school who said, we saw everything else coming. We dealt with everything else through our fee structure. We didn't see that one coming. That is going to take £1 million out of our reserve for next year. And if it continues like that, we will have to accommodate that additional £1 million through our fee structure for future years. So I think we have to acknowledge that there was significant change in October. And I also need to reference, Chair, because we have the chairs of all the scrutinies here, that the pressures that have come through, and I'll name 3 areas: from adults, and that goes back to the budget setting, from children's because of that increased demand for placements, and also from climate and place, particularly on the waste contract. So all of those things where we might have had a slightly straighter road towards getting to a properly balanced budget, those things have put a really big kink in the road for us. And so I still cannot say, regardless of Councillor Dingwall's pressure on me to say it, the Leader of Council has not asked for a specific percentage, because we have put in all of the options that we believe are in. We haven't gone for every single percent. Of course we haven't, Chair, because that would have needed a much longer form. But we have gone for different options, and we are waiting to see what what Secretary of State says for all of those councils that you would have seen are on the Daily Mail and are on everyone's list. If I may say as well, Chair, the County Council Network has very helpfully done a survey of councils, asking them about their plans for exceptional financial support and what they may need, as well as what they may have asked for. The Leader of Council is on a CCN meeting this morning, and he's going to ask, firstly, what response they've had in terms of how many of their councils, and then he's going to ask when we will see the results of that survey, because I think they will be very revealing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Councillor Dingwall, your hand is still up.
Yes, Chair, thank you. That was an answer to an awful lot of questions, but it wasn't the answer to the question I asked. I did see Councillor Evans' hand flash up. I wonder if he might want to, if I could reserve, we're not in full council, we've reserved my right to come back. Councillor Evans might have something to add.
Councillor Evans, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I need to be in another meeting very shortly, and my apologies for not being with you this morning. And I do thank Councillor Dingwall for his question. Negotiations with MHCLG are ongoing. We've submitted a range of requests confidentially. My letter to Angela Rayner does not mention a specific figure. We are trying to get the answers that will enable us to move to the next stage on this, but you'll appreciate those negotiations are at a delicate stage, and at the moment we're not going to commit to a figure in public. When we do have a response from government, I'll make sure that members are the first to know.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Evans.
That's certainly much. I understand where the situation is now. I do wonder though if the range of, in order for scrutiny to be properly effective in this session, the range of options should be presented to members, perhaps in a confidential session.
Ms. Christofi.
I think it's important to highlight to members that they will have the opportunity to discuss whatever the outcome is from government in the report that will come later on in February. This is the report about budget savings, budget growth, and proposed changes in fees and charges. So I understand the line of questioning. We would really like to let you know if we had a final position, and when we have that final position, we of course will be totally transparent about it, and it will be presented, because it will need to come through scrutiny to executive onto full council to set the budget and the council tax for 25-26. So we commit to it being in that report for sure.
Thank you. And that is a good reminder that in fact there is another scrutiny meeting to come in a couple of weeks. And I suspect that some of the lines of questioning that you're interested in this morning may be better reserved for that meeting rather than this one. Having said that, Councillor Trimnell.
And thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask Councillor Leighton a question, because it's been alluded to on a few occasions, and you mentioned it this morning, that effectively freezing council tax has landed us in this position. But obviously council tax was frozen at a time where the council was able to balance its books every year. Are you suggesting that we should, or that you would always put up council tax, whether you needed to cover costs or not, in order to ensure that residents were always didn't have a sudden jump in the amount that they had to pay? Because it's a bit like a fixed term mortgage. You sort of take your fixed term on knowing at the end of it you may have to step up quite a lot. So I just wondered if that was your general thinking, or whether you would be prepared to freeze it in better times.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'll give a response as a resident first, which is I remember the council tax freeze and thinking, oh, that's all right then. And I'm sure lots of people thought that. I would refer you to some minutes from a Dorset Council's meeting when they unfroze council tax after 2 years, and which I found through Google and found very helpful, when the councillors proposing unfreezing council tax and going back to a 2% increase explained that whilst it was okay in the short term, while there were grants to cover it, those grants were one-off, they did not go into the base budget, and inflation was inevitable. So when things are better and inflation is lower, you have a position. If you're in a position where you have frozen for multiple years beyond what some councils did, or I suspect the majority went back after 2 years, 4 years, whatever, that I understand that the county councils that froze for 6 years are this council, previous council, county council, and Hampshire County Council, where actually if you have a look at Hampshire County Council's budget, it is a huge council, and I never thought I would see Hampshire County Council sending out signs of needing additional council tax to be able to balance their budget. I don't know what their reserve position is. So we've got a position here, and I'll be accused of giving a long answer when a short one would do, and that will be fair criticism. We've got the freezing of the council tax. We've got what happened in 2017-18 at the county council, when the reserves were very low. We've had an improved position since 17-18 in terms of reserves, but we as a council, like so many councils now, have got a lower council tax than our neighbours, but those boundaries between, for instance, Dorset and Somerset are porous boundaries. And so if you're working in adults in Dorset, you can come to Somerset and block book beds at a lower rate, because Somerset has traditionally worked at lower rates. We've had interest rates go up, we've had inflation rocket compared with what we've seen in recent years. And the other factor that it's really easy to forget is the end of the COVID grants. So the county council, more than the districts, had a huge amount of COVID grant, and a lot of that was rightly used to bolster the adult social care sector, as well as PPE and all of the things that were essential to get Somerset through the pandemic. And so we've got a particular position at the moment. My short answer from my head, not my heart, is that it is sensible to go for 2% increase. because you need to take into account what inflation will do both in that year and in future years. So I would say to go for a reasonable increase. And I think in those years when we had 0% increase, I think 2% would have served us much better. The total of foregone council tax is, I believe, somewhere in the region of 295 million. And that's a cumulative figure. It's not an annual figure, but it is an annual figure that is off the base budget. And I find it really difficult to explain that when I do radio interviews. It is complex. I hope I've given some kind of answer, Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to close down discussion on council tax, but we are meeting again on the 17th of February to receive the remaining budget papers and the council tax proposals. And I think a lot of the discussion that we're currently having is really more appropriately reserved to that. We've got to try and bring ourselves back to the recommendations on page 17 and that paper, agenda item 5. That's really where we have to be this morning. However, let me not close down any debate that has to be had now. So Councillor Seeb, you were the next speaker.
Chairman, I'm very happy to follow in behind you in that I agree that the debate seems to have conflated the tax resolution and the budget. The matter of the paper before us is about specific savings, and it's about whether we can afford whether those specific savings work because we want them in the budget. And it is clear to me that the officers and the cabinet member have given as full an answer as is possible. And so I'd just like to ask Councillor Lation, am I right in characterising that at this point we know there is a shortfall? We believe we know what the amount of the shortfall is for next year's budget. That is a shortfall between the tax we know we can raise and the funding we can reach. And so we have asked for exceptional financial support to allow us to close that gap. And that you have, am I right in thinking you've advised us that the Minister has a number of options in front of her which could be offered as financial support. And the situation is either the gap is closed or we go into a section 114 because we can't set a balanced budget. And any decisions would on recasting the expenditure of the council would have to be considered by council at that point. But at this point, we are trying to set out an expenditure. Is that fair?
Chair, I may hand over to Maria Christofi in a moment, but I mean, it is fair because we have to set a balanced budget. Local authorities cannot set a deficit budget in the way that, for instance, the NHS can. So we have to find a way to close that gap. We don't know what that gap is until we get that final settlement. And then, as I've said endlessly, we'll then flex between the other options available to us. My concern is not just about setting a legal budget for 25-26, it's about what that does to the following years. And I think this scrutiny committee and every member of this council needs to be looking ahead. This is not something where we can sort this in 1 year. And I think government needs to be considering that this is something where they cannot sort the future of social care and local authorities in 1 year either. I don't know.
So just to highlight to members following on from Councillor Saib's questions to Councillor Lation, paragraph 5, page 18, I make it very clear that we're in conversation with government in regards to exceptional financial support. It's right there for you all to see. If we do not receive the exceptional financial support, you understand the council's position is in a section 114 position, which is why we've asked for exceptional financial support. It's not something that we've done lightly. It's something that we absolutely need, but that doesn't mean the work behind the scenes is not continuing to bridge the budget gap that we still have in any way that we can. So those incremental changes that we're making follow on from the strategy that was previously in place to reduce that £81 million one-off gap in the budget that we have in 24-25 to around 40 million to close it even further. Ideally, we'd close that completely in a sustainable way in 1 year if we could. But 80 million to find replacements on an ongoing basis from one-offs is a huge challenge when we have the landscape that we're working from. We've got baked in high inflation still. While inflation may be slightly lower now, we've still got the legacy costs that are already within the budget that we weren't compensated for. We already have interest rates that are high, so our borrowing costs and the impact of borrowing sits within the budget at a higher rate. And arguably someone might say, well, you can earn interest on your deposits, but you have to have the cash flow position to be able to do that. And fundamentally, we've got a DSG deficit where we've got a DSG override in place as well, which is costing us because we're having to finance that. And therefore, we're not earning as much interest actually as we would have done if we didn't have that. The council has taken this position really seriously. It declared the financial emergency in November 2023. I arrived in August 2024 and picked up from the previous Section 151 officer. He made it quite clear, and we've reiterated within this report in paragraph 22 on page 22 the previous position, so we don't lose that timeline of how we've been operating as a council. In every meeting about the in-year position, you hear me say all savings must be delivered in full to time and profile. We need to ensure that forecast overspends are managed and pulled back, and there are mitigating actions so that we do not end up with those pressures rolling forward into future years. And I hope when we come to the pressures and growth appendix, I'll give you a bit more information on that. But I think there is a huge role for scrutiny in challenging all of those in the various different scrutiny meetings that focus in different areas of the council to challenge the areas that are overspending so we can find a route through into a financially sustainable position as soon as we can. And as soon as we know what the outcome is from government, we will be reporting back to this committee and executive and council, because we will need to set the budget and the council tax. Government understand our position and they understand that we're working incredibly hard, and we're trying to preserve our reserve position as much as possible, including a review of reserves that I've undertaken that I will be sharing within that final report that comes back to scrutiny, executive and council. But I hope the committee can be patient with us and await that final report that will come through later on this month. The timescales are not ours. We are working with the government timescales. Otherwise, we couldn't present a report to you today. That's what we're saying. So please be patient with us. It will come back here and the information will all be there. But I really welcome the questions and the challenge that you may have on the appendices and the report before you. And when we get to that report, Councillor Lation and I will do a more fuller introduction on the financial position. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we hurtle towards item 5, Councillor Price, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At risk of getting Liz Leshon to repeat the figures, but I didn't have time to note it down. Can you just clarify the foregone council tax base that would, you know, what it would have meant this year had we had a 2%? I think what you were saying, if we'd had that 2% rise when the government gave us a grant of whatever it was on condition we set a zero council tax, if you could bring that forward to what it would have meant today in terms of the council tax base, what is that figure again, please?
Chair, the figure I gave was a cumulative foregone council tax figure of 295 million. But of course, as every year goes on, it adds up. The last time anyone did the figure for me of what was missing from the council tax base, it was about 28 million a year. If you have a look at Dorset's council tax, which is one of the higher councils, rural councils, we'd have something like, if we were on the same rate, we'd be something like 53 million more in our income. But Chair, if I could just make the point, I do realise that when we're talking about council tax, that it is money from people's household budgets. I do realise that. And so I do realise that for a lot of people, having Somerset at a lower council tax rate would be welcome if they understood that, because, you know, unless you've got a friend who lives across the boundary in Dorset, you might not understand it. But Somerset also has higher demand, smaller percentage of self-funders in adult social care. So if our 151 officer has an up-to-date figure of what would be additional in our base budget, I will ask her to give that figure.
I think you were correct. It's around 28 million.
Thank you. And Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. It was really just to, and Ms Christophe has covered it to some extent. I don't want to go full Don Rumsfeld, but I think what we've heard today is there are a number of known unknowns, and therefore as a committee, the recommendations that were on item 10 of commenting on the draft budget and making recommendations to exec are impossible for us to do from today. As you said, this is coming back to us in a couple of weeks' time when the information will be available. And I think we're in danger again as members are bleeding the two agenda items 5 and 10 into each other, whereas I think if we could resolve 10, even if it were just noting that we've been advised that there are these unknowns, and then get on to 5, it would enable us to actually get into the meat of what I think the officers have presented. But the difficulty is we haven't got that detail to comment on agenda item 10.
No. So all we can really do is look at the recommendations on page 251 and move to item 5 and scrutinise what we have actually before us this morning, in the knowledge that on the 17th of February we are due to receive the remaining budget papers and the council tax proposal. So a lot of the debate that we've been having this morning, I would humbly suggest, is something that needs to be had then. Okay, so may we accept the recommendations on page 251 and move to item 5 on page 17, please? Pretty happy with that? Thank you. Right, so page 17 and Officer Christophe or Councillor Lation, whichever.
Chair, I would just ask members in the room to make sure that when they look at Appendix A and they see the savings from devolution to parish, town, city councils, that they do read the note, which is in a very small font, which says excludes employee savings, which is shown separately as part of workforce restructure. So when I first looked at this spreadsheet, I said, I thought it would be a lot more than that. These are the savings on cutting grass or whatever. These are not the savings that have been gained by the TUPE of employees to those parish, town, city councils. And of course, that work is continuing. This is not a final figure. Thank you.
So, members, the report before you is, as I previously said, a report regarding proposed savings of 2.918 million, proposed growth of 57.642 million, which is in addition to the growth that was already, which is 21.715 million, in addition to the growth that was already in the medium-term financial plans assumptions of 35.913 million. And we've got proposed changes in fees and charges that are included within the savings appendix, but you've got the detail of the fees and charges. I'd like to take members through so that we can just understand the landscape that we're working from. So in December, Executive received a report with 43.950 million in terms of savings and 9 million substitution, which had a net savings of 34.95 million in terms of bringing down that budget gap that we were working for 25-26. The budget gap that was reported in that report at that time, and I'm just going to tell you exactly where it is in the report so you can follow me, is in paragraph 11 on page 19. So you can see the 53,846 million was the gap that we were working with at the time in 25-26. There's been an incredible amount of work that's been going on, and in addition to the growth provision that has been made, there is an additional growth provision here that has increased that gap further to the amounts that were in December. We are, of course, still working on the gap, as we've already said. There are further savings. So you can see the calculation of the gap here is more than the amount that we have spoken about, because there are other assumptions that have already changed. There have been a number of other things that we've been working on: review of the capital programme, review of our costs and our estimates that have been built into the medium-term financial plan, so that we can actually get there. So the gap that you can calculate just by looking at the additional growth that we're adding back on, you won't get to the gap that we're working on, because there's a number of other factors that will be released as part of the final budget papers when we reset that medium-term financial plan and we set the budget for 25-26. The savings have been broken down for you. The 2.918 million have been broken down for you by directorates. You can see them, and also they have been they're in detail in Appendix A. We have growth provision, as I've said. So in the previous medium-term financial plan that was set and refreshed in October, I reviewed all of the growth provision across the board and wanted to ensure that there was sufficient growth provision at that point in time, looking at the financial position of the council as we were looking at in August, and understanding exactly where we could push officers and the council to go in terms of growth provision. I'd made a number of changes at the time. I'd taken out quite a lot of growth provision in inflation, non-contractual, and already started to recognise that we had some contractual inflation that needed to be added in. And I remember alerting executive and scrutiny regarding the waste contract, where we knew that we'd made some contractual obligations that would need to be provided for. However, at the time, we didn't know what national living wage was going to do. And while it's a good thing that national living wage is going up and actually our residents will be remunerated in a better way, fundamentally that gives us an additional cost as a council. And we didn't know that the Chancellor was going to announce the employer's national insurance contribution changes, not only the 1.2% increase, but the drop in when national insurance contribution changes would come from. So that drop from 9.1 thousand to £5,000 has had a significant impact. So we've had to look at all of these changes and look at where we're forecasting to be. It was also about putting some parameters about managing expectations as to what we're here to do and what we expect the officers and that are leading different directorates to be doing in terms of managing costs, staying within budget. The predication of the budget and the medium-term financial strategy is that every saving that has been agreed, unless it's presented to you that it's being substituted, must be delivered in full time and profile. So that there isn't a saving that will be that can't be delivered. These numbers are predicated on them all being delivered. In terms of the growth, you will see there's £57.6 million worth of additional growth in 25-26. Now, this is 21.7 million more than that provision that I already made, as I've mentioned, and you'll see that the services that have required the most growth are adult social care and housing and children and families. Within the Appendix B, the detail is within that appendix, and we'll happily take questions on those. It's important for me to flag that the 2% adult social care precept is already built into these numbers, and the 2% adult social care precept value must be passported to adult social care, because that's why we were raising the precept. We're raising it to fund the additional expenditure in adult social care. We also have a number of fees and charges that are increasing, where we have the changes available to you here so that you can properly scrutinise those changes. I'm happy to take questions, but before I do, I just wanted to reiterate that as a council, in order to set a balanced budget, I've made it very clear in this report that we're in discussions with government, and without exceptional financial support, we would be in a Section 114 position. We are working incredibly hard to close that budget gap in a sustainable way, and we are working with government to ensure that we can set a balanced budget in February.
Thank you very much. Members, the first speaker I have is the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 points and questions I want to bring up. The first one is reference to school grant, which is an enormous amount of money hanging over us, not this year, but next year. Has the government made any sign that it is likely to alleviate the problems, or are we going to be going into 114 in the end of 25-26 when the £64 million now, and it's rising, going to hit us? That's my first question.
So I'm really pleased that you've asked that question, and I've made reference to the statutory override in the report. So the dedicated schools grant, DSG statutory override, it's currently in place until the end of 25-26, and I have made representations to government regarding the statutory override being extended until there is a proper solution in place for the DSG challenges that we're facing. I also make reference to it in paragraph 25 of this report, page 22, that without it in place, without statutory override in place, we would be in section 114 territory. It's important to also flag that if government were to take away the problem with the DSG deficit, if they were just suddenly to fund that for us, tomorrow we would create another deficit because the expenditure that we are spending at the moment within this area of SEND, special educational needs and disability, is the funding is wholly insufficient to deal with the challenges and the need locally in Somerset. So there needs to be a much wider solution from government. Government gave local government, I think, £1 billion as new SEND money. It's nowhere near enough, and I've made that clear in my response to the provisional settlement to government so that they understand where we are. There are a number of councils nationally that would be in section 114 territory if the DSG override was removed and did not continue. And it's important to flag that some of those councils probably aren't in exceptional financial support at the moment. They would suddenly appear on that list. So and there are councils that are in the hundreds of millions of deficit. What we need to do is ensure that we don't get to that stage by doing everything that we can, but we need to work closely with government for a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I continue? I've got two more questions. Page 34, ATP 2526, GP thing, which is reference expenditure on staff. For my colleagues will have a groan at this point, are nutrient neutrality. There is a legal challenge going on, as we know, as to the validity of Natural England's advice and behaviour. Why have we got this in the future budget? I understand it could be that you wish to make sure that if the legal challenge doesn't come off, you will got the money there, or it's, I guess, 2 members of staff, £300,000.
Yeah, thank you. So, as suggested by Councillor Hophouse, it's exactly for that reason we can't prejudge what may come back from the KC review that's currently underway, and therefore we need to set a budget on the assumption that that money will continue to be needed. If the advice comes back differing from our current position, then we will of course follow that advice, and therefore we won't need to implement this part of the budget, and it will become an underspend in the future year.
Okay, thank you. And final question from
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 35. The 6.3 loss of income on our investments. Are they the investments we've already sold, or are they the ones that we're planning to sell? And is the sale receipt going to cover that 6.3 million, or is it just something that we've actually lost?
So the capital receipt that we receive is completely separate to the loss of income in terms of rental income that we receive. So the capital receipt, as you know, we require in order to fund our current exceptional financial support, and also to fund our flexible use of capital receipts that we have identified expenditure for. And we can't fund the flexible use of capital receipts in any other way but with capital receipts. The loss of income is the forecast of the loss of income to the profile in which we will be selling the properties. So yes, that's the loss of revenue income.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions as well. I don't know if you want me to ask them individually, or I suspect they won't be too difficult to answer. So I want to know how many times can we ask for or request capitalisation directives before the answer comes back as no, or before we run out of wood to put on the fire, as it were? So I suppose that would be my first question, because obviously there's a reason why we have to request it, and that's because it's not a usual way to bring your balance into play. So, you know, what are the implications as to keep on doing this?
If I may come in there, Chair, I think that's a question to which nobody knows the answer. The more years councils need to request exceptional financial support, the worse the situation is for the whole country, I would suggest. We all understand how local authorities work closely with the NHS. And so that kind of health and social care situation is critically important. And my concern is with the Secretary of State announcement of what's being looked at for social care. So there'll be an interim report in the summer of 26. Probably won't give us any comfort at all. And then waiting until 2028, which is less than a year before the next general election. If I say that that was a great disappointment to me, I'm sure other members will feel exactly the same. So we do have to have a proper journey towards a properly balanced budget. And I will await with a great interest what comes from the County Council Network survey of how many councils are requesting exceptional financial support for 25-26. If there are 19 in this year, I've heard people speculate on in excess of 40. Don't forget too that what we've heard from the Minister for Local Government about local government reorganisation and losing the 2 tiers of district and county in places that have not already gone through LGR. I really feel for them, because if it was difficult for us, it will be even more difficult in places where, for instance, the DSG deficit has grown and is getting into £100+ million deficit. And then, you know, our near neighbours, Devon, must be looking at this thinking, oh my goodness, what lies ahead? We all know in this room how difficult LGR is. We happened to hit it at the time of increasing interest rates and inflation, the end of the COVID grants, but other councils will hit it at a really difficult time too. And I know the leader of council is already talking to other councils about what the challenges are. I saw a really exceptional piece on LinkedIn this morning from Mark Lloyd, who was previously the chief executive at the LGA and is now working as a consultant with Empower. He's written the most pragmatic piece I've ever read about LGR, and he's giving fair warning to those councils that are still in 2 tiers about what lies ahead. And I'll add my warning that actually, although there are savings, and nobody doubts that, there are massive challenges too, and this is not an easy time to be doing that and doing strategic mayoral authorities at the same time. This is going to be proper challenging for the government to see the local authority family through the next few years up until the next general election. And I would suggest that this is something that the serious press need to look at very carefully, and I'm sure they will. Thank you.
Thank you. And you had a second question?
I did. I had a couple more. I hope they won't take too long. So on paragraph 27 on page 23, it says that given the issues set out in this report and despite all the actions taken and mitigations put into place, the risk score on strategic waste risk, and then it says the number, sustainable MTFP remains at 25, the highest risk score possible. The additional savings proposal do not close the budget gap in a sustainable way. And I guess what I'm questioning here, I think, is we've got some recommendations on page 17 about things that can close the gap, but they seemed quite small to me in terms of money. We've got redundancies that are going through that are going to cut our wage bill, we hope, but obviously that's offset in some part by the national insurance increase for employers. And then just in general, the capitalisation directive. So I guess I don't see anything that puts everything together necessarily in a way that I can interpret it. So what is the extra stuff that we're doing? And it does sound as if it may not be successful anyway, especially with the DSG. That's something worth pointing out. We don't know, as far as I'm gathering from what you're saying, we don't know when we're going to be told about that or whether we're going to get a stay of execution, and that will end everything. So thank you.
So through you, Chair, I'll start with your last point on the DSG. The DSG override remains in place, statutory override remains in place until the end of the following financial year. So for this budget round, it's not a mission critical, but we are flagging in every report that without the statutory override for the DSG, we would be in section 114 territory. The amount that the DSG deficit is growing to or projected to grow to, it's at 66 million around now. Actually, we couldn't fund that from reserves. That's the point. And we shouldn't be expected to either. This is a dedicated schools grant. We're talking about general fund reserves. So the two shouldn't really mix like that. So in answer to your question, it's not an immediate concern for setting the 25-26 budget, but it is a concern. So I'm going to carry on flagging it. Council Relation is going to carry on flagging it because we need everyone to be listening, because we need a proper solution for it moving forward. It's not something that a solution will be able to be identified overnight. Like I said, even if government took away funding the entire deficit that we have now, or the projected deficit to the end of this financial year, tomorrow we would create a new one because the funding provision is not sufficient to fund the need locally in Somerset. So, and that's where we are with that. In terms of the report that you have before you, in terms of the risk score is spot on. Where the risk score says we're in a position where without exceptional financial support, because we do not have enough savings on the table at the moment, we would need to issue a section 114. So that's perfectly transparent. That is the bit that says in the budget we need to do more, and we need help to do that too. So we are continuing to identify savings. So I'm going to take you back to the April report that the previous section 151 officer presented to the April executive and through scrutiny, where the medium-term financial strategy was set with the various different work streams that I made reference to in my October report, various different work streams that would be looked at for savings. And that's the strategy that we've undertaken. Some of them have come to fruition, and we've got savings here before you, and others haven't come to fruition yet. They're not ready. So it's my responsibility as the section 151 officer, as you know, to only ensure that robust items enter the budget, and that the budget is a robust budget. It has to be something that is workable. So the savings, there are a number of them behind the scenes that are not quite ready yet, and I hope they will be ready for February, which will seek to reduce the gap. But we have already identified that even in reducing the gap, without additional funding from a settlement or the provision of exceptional financial support, whether it's capitalisation directive or whether it's ability to increase council tax, without government support, we wouldn't be able to bridge that gap. And if we deplete all of our reserves, which are not very, we've already built some of that in. Once we deplete all of our reserves, we're in a position where we are in section 114 territory. So everything that we are doing is trying to preserve the position of the council so we can get there in a sustainable way, with a little bit of help over the current financial year, next financial year, so that we can clear the way so that we can set a sustainable balanced budget in the future. The government position is that any local authority that finds themselves in a challenging position needs to approach them, which this council did back in November 2023, which is why we've got exceptional financial support in the 24-25 budget. The government, nobody wants to issue a section 114 because they're not in a financially sustainable position. And the mechanism that government's put in place, former government and current government, is to enable us as a local authority to go to them, and this is the solution that's in place for the moment. It's the mechanism. I'm not going to say it's ideal, because the capitalisation directive in terms of exceptional financial support in the current financial year is not an ongoing solution, which means that that gap has rolled forward into 25-26 and has to be closed. It's not something that has been taken away because we've been given a funding stream that is ongoing. Does that make sense? So it's a challenging position. We are working with government to do that, but anything less than that score wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Lucy, or is that close to questions?
I do have another, but I'll let some other people ask questions, and if my question is answered, then I won't have to ask it, because I'd rather not have to ask it, because it reveals I don't understand something. So thank you.
Very commendable, thank you. Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to take you on to the fees and charges changes. It seems to me that there's a cluster of changes, particularly in social housing related charges, which are at the very lower end and seem to be clustered around 1.5%. There seems to be a general clustering of some of the harbour and other fees, where the net effect is around 3%, and there seems to be a bunch which I would say look roughly like inflationary rises, and clearly on top of this there is an element of market level adjustments and harmonisation adjustments. I was wondering, could you say something about the overarching strategy that's behind the clustering at 1.5% and 3%?
So I'll answer to your question, and I'll also defer it to someone to give you a more detailed answer on that specific one. But I just wanted to highlight to members, in the appendix, it says existing charge 24-25, and it says existing charge 25-26, it should say proposed charge. There's been no decision taken that these are in fact the charges. So they're here before you today to identify whether you have feedback. Do you think the increase is too low? What do you think we should be doing? Do you think we've gone far enough? I will also say to you that as a result of previous expectations around fees and charges in terms of what's in the budget, you'll see that the savings proposed within this one mean that what we're actually doing is we're covering off some of the existing budgets around income, around fees and charges that are not yet being achieved. So there are fees and charges that are increasing here that don't have an additional saving that we're able to cash within the budget, which is disappointing for me. I would like to see them go further. And I'm encouraging the organisation to think about how far can we go with fees and charges that's appropriate. Where are we with our nearest neighbours? Where are we with the spectrum of fees and charges across the board? Are we covering our costs in providing these services with these fees and charges? So there are a number of principles. This is the first iteration of changes of fees and charges. Fees and charges don't have to be changed once during the year. We can revisit something if we think there is more scope or it's not quite right. I would also say that we need to consider kind of the elasticity of the market as well, and understand in terms of when fees and charges are being increased. But once it's in the budget, I'm expecting it to be hit.
If I could just come back for a little clarity, I think it's important. I find your answer reassuring, as much as you're basically saying you want to set a budget for the basket, and we have to hit that budget for the basket. My slight concern is that I'm not hearing a good rationale for your basket size. I think I was trying to draw attention to the very low levels of rise in some of these fees and charges. I mean, they are obviously charges which have not been reviewed for a long time, and yet they're going up by infinitesimally small amounts. So I'm wondering, have you a view on headroom? Because I would have thought logically you would start off with the budget strategy, setting out the direction to departments as to what to consider in the review and what reasonable adjustments might incorporate, for example, harmonisation across the county. But other than that, I want these people to be meeting their costs in full, their full costs, and I want everyone else to be going with inflation. And this is either a recovery of, either we're trying to generate a surplus or we're trying to balance the books within a service. That's just not coming through in the paper, and that was what I was really driving at with the low ones.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to defer to the executive director behind you, but firstly, I've encouraged everyone. Inflation is quite low at the moment, so there is that challenge around keeping pace with inflation, and is that appropriate? And I don't believe with fees and charges inflation is necessarily appropriate. We've had higher inflationary increases in the past where it's kind of set the bar somewhere else. My steer to the organisation when looking at fees and charges is to ensure that we are doing everything that we can to cover our costs, and that where we can generate surpluses within the budget, we're absolutely doing that. I think some of these, you're absolutely right, are modest, but they don't need to be the final fees and charges increases. That's why they're here before you. If you think that we've not pushed it far enough in certain areas, we want to hear your feedback. And the next iteration that comes through in the final budget, if as officers and the executive feel that that's a fair reflection, you will see a revision. But if there is a difference of opinion, at least there will be a response to you in taking away the challenge. But I have the same view that you have, that we should be going as far as we can, because we are trying to balance the budget in a sustainable way. But understanding where we sit on that spectrum and the various different challenges that we've had with income budgets, I wanted to ensure, first and foremostly, that anything that goes in this budget is robust and there's nothing to stop us going further.
Councillor C.
Just quickly, before the Executive Director answers the point, I would appreciate some clarity. Inflation may well be low at the moment, but of course it's the inflation since the last review of fees and charges, which would be a level thing. And I did ask for principles over and above just continuation of the same balance, because it's clear that we've become a unitary. We have 4 districts charges to harmonise, and there are other factors at play as well, including external costs such as national insurance, such as business rates on car parks, which also need to be in there. So hence please could we go about the principles at this level in a budget. I think it's important that we understand how the overall basket size is being driven. Thank you.
Right, if we can just leave that one there for the moment. Gwyl Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was going to talk about licensing as well, but I was going to get into a little bit more of the detail. Well, all right. A bit too much of the detail. I always thought that the charges that councils levied were based pretty much on cost recovery, so it's quite interesting to hear the Section 151 officer talk about making a surplus out of them. There are 1 or 2 things here that sort of stick out. I mean, first thing, on page 37, we apparently do guided walks, which came as news to me, and we charge for them. And I thought whether that fits within the leaner, meaner council, I'm not quite sure, but I was quite intrigued to see that that was a service that we offer when it could presumably be offered by other parties out in the countryside. That's a minor point. The thing that struck me was pavement licensing. So, for example, if you look at page 43, pavement licensing is going to more than double. It's going to go from less than £3 a week up to just under £7 for the granting of it and for the renewal. Whereas actually, if you have a sex establishment, the license renewal is going to go down from 280 to 182. And I would venture to suggest that there's probably more interest in licensed activities on the pavement rather than in a alternative establishment, but
as long as they're not combined, Councillor Wren.
Well, yes, doesn't it? Yeah, I think I'll leave that point there rather than dig deeper. So there's things like that, but a couple of things I'm struggled to find are road closures and actually the bin emptying. I couldn't find them in this list at all. Now, as a former parish clerk, who was always battling with Taunton Deane and Somerset West and Taunton over the cost of emptying the dog bins. It has been trailed for some time that parishes will now be expected to pick up the cost of the bins, all the bins. So, I see in the earlier paper that there's £80,000 extra income lined up against that. So what I'd like to know is whether that's 80,000 represents a cost recovery or whether it is actually extra income that they're seeking from the parishes. And also, does the council know how many of these bins there are? Because I'm not entirely sure there's been an audit of that. And the final point I couldn't find was the charges for road closures. These seems to have leapt exponentially in the last couple of years, to the extent that events, particularly in my ward, with Liscombe and Milverton, are now no longer taking place because the charges the council imposes for closing the road just make them uneconomical and unviable. I've also had instances where pensioners have been told to close the road by highways so they can get scaffolding up to repair their roofs and been charged £1,200 or £1,300 for the privilege. But I couldn't find that in there. Now, I know they're supposed to be on cost recovery. I have chased the road closure thing down, and I have to say I got a particularly unconvincing reply when I asked the last question about 18 months ago. So I would like to know what our basic ethos is for these charges, and do they have to be fixed, or is there any else way we could do it? Because I mean, parishes presumably could empty their own bins, but there's an economy of scale here. So it's drilling a bit more into the detail on the basis that a lot of the savings that this council has made over the last couple of years have come out of the community budget. It's the one that's easy to hit, rather than a lot of statutory stuff. But the community budget is the one that affects most people's lives. It's the kind of things people notice about the council. Sorry, there's a
No. I mean, I think the point about the basic ethos echoes something that Councillor Seed was driving at as well. So I think it's broadly speaking the same overall point. But then there are the specifics of road closures and dog bins within that as well. So I don't know if Mr. Hall can speak to that.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're absolutely clear, I was given the task in the work stream of looking at fees and charges across the council. So the ethos that sits behind it was around full cost recovery. So there is an expectation that services will have full cost recovery. The only one, to my knowledge, that does not achieve that in these proposals are around our harbour fees and charges, where the cost of operating our ports and harbours are way in excess of the money that we could recover through the users of those harbour services. There are three other main categories that all of the fees and charges fall into. The first being the council has full discretion on the service and the charge. So, for example, green waste bins, we provide those and we can set the fee. We need to do so in a manner that's reasonable for the consumer. Set it too high, we lose customers and we lose income. But ultimately, we have full discretion on the delivery of that service and on the charge that we place upon that service. The second is where we have set by regulation the requirement to cost recover only. So, for example, there are licensing fees, taxi fees as an example, where we can only recover the cost of delivering that license to that organisation. And they do that on a rolling 3-year basis. It's very difficult to set an exact fee with so many variables in place. So we do that on a rolling 3-year basis, and those fees may go up or down to reflect the deficit or surplus that is being accidentally created. So some of those are still regulated, but we still have an element of discretion in the charge. And then there are those that are imposed by government. Ultimately, government decide what the planning fee is. So we pass that on to our customers. Where we do have discretion, as I've mentioned, we need to be conscious of the market. So the message to all services was, please can you increase your fees and charges to the maximum that you believe the market will sustain. I appreciate that's not a popular message for the consumer. However, the more money we can raise externally for those choosing to purchase a service from the council, the fewer savings that this council will have to make on services that it really wants to provide to the public. So growth in income in this scenario is clearly a good thing for the authority. So services have come back and they've described within these documents what they feel, based upon those 3 criteria, the market can either sustain, or the criteria under which we are seeing a rolling 3-year change. So you won't see a consistent uplift across everything, because there will be some instances in licensing where we have made a deficit, haven't recovered enough, and we might need to increase the charge for that area. There will be some where we've made a slight surplus. We know that and we need to drop it back. And we've also talked about harmonisation. So we are bringing together, where we can, standardised fees for standardised services. In determining what that fee is, the service will have to work through what does it cost to administer this process? What are the systems required? What is the staff time required? And they'll come forward with a fee proposal. And that's what we're seeing here. But there are some key variances. We asked them as a minimum to consider 8% where we have full discretion. Some have done that. Others are saying if you do that, you are risking the overall income of the council by pricing yourself out, because many of these are services where the consumer can choose to buy from the council or not. So the dog bin emptying, that's a choice for a parish council. They can make their own separate arrangements. There is an economy of scale. Dog waste is particularly difficult to dispose of and costly because of the nature of the waste itself. And therefore we offer that services to the parishes on the assumption of a cost recovery basis. So it's a proposal for the parish councils that they choose to buy into or not. More often they choose to buy it because it's easier than them having to manage waste disposal licenses, hazardous waste disposal matters, and it's not always easy to get people to empty dog waste bins, bluntly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. That was very helpful. Councillor C, is there specifically in relation to what Mr. Hall has just said?
It is, Chairman. It's reassuring to hear the thing. Can I just ask for clarity whether the full cost recovery basis has been calculated, including costs of ownership and operation on a sustainable basis? I'm thinking particularly in terms of recovering, for example, the opportunity cost that we are bearing for owning land in the case of a car park, or borrowing in order to own land, the business rates which are charged upon that land. Is it actually the full cost of ownership, or is it merely the departmental cost?
So the other thing that I would be expecting to see is, are we picking up all overheads? And our workforce is changing. There are a number of things. So there's further exercises that we will need to do on fees and charges just to stay on top of the changes in costs. You're quite right. So it's an ongoing piece of work. These are just the ones that have changed. So there may be others that change when we get to February. But so it's not the full list of fees and charges that are here before you. And in answer to a previous question, the temporary road closure, page 61. There's so many of them. We needed to look for it for you.
Thank you very much. I've got one more speaker that's indicated in the room at the moment, and that's Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a couple of things, and I was on the same wavelength as Councillor Wren. On the licensing, I understand what's been said, and obviously the issues about maximising income while still maintaining things that are viable. But there are, if you look at pages 42 and 43, there are some huge variances in terms of some fees going up by more than double, some down by 80%. And when those things get compared, I think it might cause some interesting feedback as to what we're seen to be encouraging, what we're seen to be discouraging. So I think that's something that we do need to look at, and where there are fees that maybe are too high, maybe we should be looking at gradually bringing them down rather than as I say, in one instance on page 43, it's dropped by 80%. And you sort of think, well, if it was viable before, why are we dropping it by that much? On the dog bin issue I had down here as well, was the only thing I was going to ask there was, again, it's back to the TLC, tell the local councillor, because I don't know, other councillors may have been in the same situation, but the first I knew of the discussion about these fees for dog bins was when I was being harangued at various parish councils who'd received the letter from us saying this is our likely proposals. So it would be useful to keep councillors in the loop when these things are being considered, so at least we're forewarned. And the third point I was going to make, which is on the more global scale of the whole budget issue, and might be for Councillor Lyshon or Maria Christofi, in terms of the looking at the finances here, when you look at, I think it's pages, where are we, 31, 32, and the costs of social care and the extra costs that are coming through, how do we deal with the juggernaut that is those increases of costs coming through? Because we're asking everyone to make savings, but when you're being hit with a combined, I think it's £34 million increase in those areas, how do you deal with that?
That's a really good question. And the landscape that we were dealing with was the previous year, adult social care received quite significantly more in terms of budgetary increase on an ongoing basis, as did children's last year. So there was quite a lot in terms of, I would say, the rebaseline and anything that needed to happen happened in the last financial year, the 24-25 that we're in now. So the approach that I've taken is we need to ensure that we're doing all that we can to prevent the costs increasing. And none of us can see into the future in terms of what the demographic growth or demand may be in the future. So that we need to scenario plan that so we can understand the sensitivities and go with something that I can recommend is the most reasonable estimate of what will happen. However, just because we're making a budgetary provision here, my expectation is that actually there are actions that are taken, and both of those executive directors have got lists of things, initiatives that they're embarking on to either prevent us needing the entire requirement. At the moment, those initiatives don't exist, so I can't take them into account when we're making a recommendation around what the budgetary provision needs to be in these areas. And secondly, to prevent further demand coming through. If we think about the LGA graph of doom or the Barnett graph of doom, we were supposed to be, if you look back when austerity started, that costs of adult social care and children's social care would meet our funding. And therefore, that's all that councils will be able to deliver when we got to 2020. Now, clearly, we're delivering far more than that still. And that's been because there's been a lot of work that's been undertaken. There has been funding that's come through as well. And in all of that period, we had COVID, which was quite an unusual set of circumstances with rising inflation and interest rates as well. The inflationary side of things, we have ensured that we've done this consistently across the board. So there's a 2% inflationary expectation around pay that we have made within the budget. In terms of social care and other inflationary increases, we've kept that consistent across the board. There isn't a variation for a type of provider or a type of contract, so that there is a provision that we are making that we then expect the service to manage within. Obviously, we've got the added complication of employers' national insurance contributions, and I've had those conversations and made those representations to government, but we cannot afford to fund that. We cannot afford to fund that within the funding envelope, and I've been saying that for a number of months, ever since the Chancellor announced it. So we've made some provision for the spectrum of costs that will be coming through in terms of inflation, but I am expecting the sector in those areas to be making their own representations to government, so government understand where the costs are coming from. In terms of the demand and demographic and demographic change that may happen, we've based that on looking back 3 years. We've based that on seeing the initiatives that have been driven already. So if you think about the My Life, My Future in adults, that has actually achieved quite significant savings. We've got more savings built in for this year that have already been agreed and endorsed to go to council. We need to go further. So that's the point. So this enables us to set the parameters around adults and children's social care from a robustness perspective. However, the work must continue so that we do not need to do this on an annual basis at this level. Now, this is nowhere near the level that was provided for last year. There have been quite a lot of meetings that have taken place, lots of modelling, lots of challenge. I think my team would say that I've tried to break the models, because it's important that we are pushing every bit, but equally that this is a factual budget, not a budget based on hopes. So it needs to make the right provision in the right place. So I can stand by what's here, and I believe it will be robust. I would have liked it to have been less, even less, which is why both of those areas of the council are working on additional initiatives, additional transformation that we will seek to pull back. And if the services, I mean, we're already seeing that some of the changes that had happened in the last couple of months, because this modelling had taken place over a period of time, we took into account, and the unit costs at month 8, so that we're in a position where we were taking the most up-to-date information, and we were also including some of the successes. There are lots of assumptions built into these, but this is not the worst case scenario in terms of growth pressures that are here in front of you. So I must flag that, because it's important that you don't think that we thought that would be the end of it. The services will need to take action if the assumptions that we've made aren't fulfilled in reality. So I would expect them to be doing that. But I think this is sufficient at this point in time.
Right, thank you. We will move then, ladies and gentlemen, to questioners online. And the first that I have is Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. not for a minute do I want anybody to think that I don't appreciate the gravity of the situation, the urgency of the situation. But I do think it's important to say out loud some of the things that perhaps haven't been said yet this morning. When we talk about the needs, what we need to do, we're talking about our finances. I want us to remember to have in the room, in our thinking all the time, the point of why we're doing this. When we talk about the costs of adult social care, we should also be talking about the people. These are people, they're not parcels. When we talk about children and in various ways, both the dedicated schools grant and children's social care, we're talking about finances here. That's the role of this, but we're also talking about the children. I want those children there in everybody's thinking and remembrance. They aren't parcels. The other bit is that for everybody's sake, all the population, we're about supporting a thriving Somerset and its economy. If we don't set fees, charges, everything else at a level which will support the economy, which is not the same across the county. So there's a little bit about one size fits all, which I think we ought to be very wary of. But if we don't, if the economy fails, then this council is bust. So if we don't actually keep that in mind as we make our decisions, we won't have any decisions to make. And the last thing I want to say is that we are in territory that's relatively uncharted, I think, in many parts of the country, and we have done innovative things. We have done things which have made for better services, which are cheaper. Inevitably, better services usually are. And I would just want to hope that a sense of not being quite sure whether it's been done before and can we prove that it'll work, will stop us going on our services going on innovating, which they need to do. So I'm sorry, these were not questions about particular points in the budget, but a bit about how we all think about it. And thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Very important observations. Councillor Lation was just a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Nicholson is absolutely right. And my colleagues, Councillor Heather Shearer and Councillor Sarah Wakefield, will make those points very loudly on many occasions, and they do. I just want to make a point that I always make when I attend a parish council meeting in Street, when I say, don't forget that these costs of adults and children's are for people in your street, your village, your town. And actually, I had a look for Street. I added together the costs of adults and children's. I divided them by the population of Somerset, the entire population, not the council taxpayer or the electorate. And then I times it by the population of Street. And when my parish council, where I pay council tax, was complaining about the costs of 23,000 a year for cleaning toilets, I enlightened them that the average cost, if Street were an average place, of adults and children's in that community, 8.4 million a year and growing, and that is every year. And so I suggested that the cost of cleaning the toilets was actually fairly minimal compared with the responsibilities of this council. But I completely accept that Councillor Nicholson is right. And whilst we are talking about pound signs here today, I have colleagues who will always take that line that we are talking about people's lives, and they are Somerset people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. The next questioner online is Councillor Hadley. Andy Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, I'm only raising this one because obviously Scrutiny has been asked to endorse the fees and charges as set out in the Appendix C to the Executive for approval. So, and then onward to full council. So I'm aware that obviously the slipway charges for the Minehead Sailing Club are still under negotiation and under discussion as we speak. So the Appendix C may change, and I just want to make it plain that if it does change between now and the 3rd of February, then that will be accepted because these have been endorsed at this meeting. So I'm heartened by a lot of what's been said, but I am sincerely hoping that the fees and charges may change for the sailing club because, as Liz has just said, these are people's lives and it's people's livelihoods, and I think we can do a lot better for them.
Mr. Hall?
Yeah, just to confirm what Councillor Hadley's saying, really. So the conversations with the sailing club are ongoing. The meeting was yesterday, in fact, trying to find a more bespoke resolution to their concerns. I expect that there will be a slight change specific to them coming forward that will be a feature of the paper once we finalise that. I will make the point again, though, that this means that the public are subsidising the fees and charges process for specific use around ports and harbours for that group. So there is always every action has a reaction, and if we subsidise that group, then that means the overall taxpayer is paying towards that cost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got just 3 questions. One is on Appendix A, 2 is on Appendix B. So perhaps if I do Appendix A and then ask the other 2 separately. On the devolution of operational services, I just think it would be good to understand the level of savings made as a total per town council, because having these figures split into kind of various sections or papers, to me, makes it really difficult to understand the total savings made from devolution. For example, just looking at Bridgewater, because it's a place I know, you've got on there 353k in this paper. But since devolution, the Bridgewater Town Council would have increased their preset by over 3.3 million. And they say it's mostly due to the ambitious devolution deals. So when and where will we find those total figures? I also think understanding kind of the total figures is a way of kind of shielding this council, because I've heard an argument before from town council that one of the reasons their precepts increasing is because figures Somerset Council gave them was not what they were initially told. So essentially almost passing the blame back onto Somerset Council for that. So that's the first one, please.
So the devolution figures are set out on the basis of the savings to Somerset Council. Those savings are on the basis of how we currently provide those services that are transferring. The cost that the new town, city or parish will pick up will be based upon the level of service they choose to provide. So if we transfer across a piece of public open space, our saving is based upon how many people does that take, how many vehicles, equipment, grass seed, white lining materials, and so on. So they'll be based around our costs. If the town, city or parish choose to increase the maintenance, which has been a driver for a number of them, they want to see that area better maintained, then the cost to them won't necessarily match the saving to us. It is within their gift as to the level of service that they choose to provide. I've heard various concerns around the costs that we have provided are inaccurate. I don't believe the costs we are providing are inaccurate. I believe they are our costs. And I'd refer back to my point where if a city, town or parish choose to alter the servicing and maintenance schedule for that area, then their costs will alter also. The figures provided here are on the basis of those devolution deals that have been struck. There is a lot of detail that sits behind each of these that determines which exact piece of service or piece of land is proposed to be transferred as part of this. There are some areas of this that are picked up in the workforce consultation and restructure savings. I don't think we've done that deliberately to confuse anybody. We're just trying to make sure that the saving fits in exactly the right place for this council.
Okay, and you had further questions, Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before I go to those further questions, I totally appreciate it, but still, just for my clarity, and no doubt members of the public actually knowing a total kind of savings per town council that's been made as a result of devolution would still be really, really useful to clear that up. So the Appendix B one, just on growth proposals, couple of things on there that I want to ask about is, firstly, and Maria will know because I've raised this with her privately, is the inflation contractual and non-contractual. Just really noticing there's quite an increase within 3 months since the last figures were provided to us, or suggested figures. What I want to know is how much of that inflation contractual non-contractual growth is a direct result of the government announcements since that October report. And what I'm really asking for is a figure there, just to be clear how much the government announcements are costing this council. And I know, for example, when I've looked at some of the inflation figures, you've got on there members' allowance of 0.117. That's a new figure that's been put in. And I'm surprised that that wasn't included in October's papers, because I don't think that's a result of government announcements. And the other one, just to pick up on there, is the waste contract costs of £7 million, a new growth on that paper. And is that as a result of new information received since October? Is that government related, or is this the deal that was struck back in summer that perhaps wasn't reported in the October paper?
Thank you. Councillor Lotion and Officer Christophe, a double act.
Chair, given my predisposition towards long answers, I suggest you go to Miss Christophe.
So just for clarity, while there were growth provisions that were made around the medium-term financial plan in October, they weren't allocated to any services. So this is effectively stripping those back out in terms of cost and presenting you them in their fullest here, so you have that transparency. In terms of inflation non-contractual, the provision that was made in the October report was just over £9 million. We're actually allocating 11.8. We want you to see that transparently rather than see the difference of 2.7, and you know where exactly and which services it's going to. So the paragraph within the report that I made reference to, Councillor Rodriguez, is said that we're allocating here, the schedule within the report and the appendix comes to 57.6 million. However, there was already 35.9 provision within the budget. This is the allocation of that 35.9 plus an additional 21.7 million on top of that. So we weren't able to hold the provisions that were made originally in terms of the October reset of the medium-term financial plan. And we're just under in some areas. So inflationary contractual, I'd made a slightly higher provision than what's actually come through by about £1 million. Demographic and demand, we'd set that at just under 8.5 million. What's come through is 13.6 million. So you can see there is a difference of 5.2 million there, 5.3 million that we've had to make provision for. And in terms of other pressures, we've factored in the changes that have been made. We are also picking up on the legacy challenges of bringing 5 organisations into one, where there are budgets that needed to be reviewed, and there have been other things that have come out where you can see that. The members' allowances point that you made, this is for transparency so that you know exactly where we're allocating the money, as opposed to it being held within the other pressures. The rolled forward pressures provision that I made, which was different to the way that the medium-term financial plan had been constructed previously, was that I split that out from demographic and demand quite deliberately in October to give you transparency regarding future year challenges, demographic and demand, and current year challenges that we're kind of forced to make provision for because they're still continuing, because they're in the in-year position. So that was the 24-25 provision. And within that, the roll forward pressures of 5.9 million, I've needed to make provision for 10.7. And that's the children's position within the 24-25 in-year position that you can all see transparently. You hear me say often in all of the meetings, we need further mitigations from all services, particularly those that are overspending. Children's are one of those areas that needs to do that. We have placements that we're needing to fund, so it's not appropriate not to make that provision. But if we were taking more action this year that brought that down, arguably the provision could have been less for 25-26. And that's what I would hope would happen as we move towards the end of the financial year. We might see that we don't need all of that provision and indeed make an adjustment in 25-26 because the service has made made those changes. So in answer to your question, Councillor Rodriguez, the roll forward pressures, I've made an additional nearly £5 million worth of provision, and that's where that 21.7 additional provision comes from. But it's all laid out here transparently for you, so it's not hidden away in a provision that's been made without you knowing where it's been allocated to.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may just quickly just come back very, very quickly. Thank you, Maria, and I do really appreciate the transparency because it is quite clear to read. And I appreciate this may mean some extra work and perhaps the capacity isn't there. But as councillors, I think it would be really useful to know, and the work may have already been done, exactly how many of these pressures are a result of the government announcements made earlier in last year. Particularly, we know national insurance, etc., etc. And I suspect some work may have been done to calculate that, but us knowing would be really useful, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
Yeah, there was a specific question asked around the waste pressure, and I just wanted to confirm that that is the number that reflects the decision that was made last year by council to alter the contract.
Ms. Christophe.
And just to follow on from that, apologies, I forgot that one. That's an inflation contractual, which I'd made the £9.9 million provision. And I made additional provision just in case we signed any other contracts that were linked to inflation that we hadn't factored in. Actually, we didn't need 1.1 million of the provision that I made in that area. So that was already taken into account when we reset the medium-term financial.
So just picking up Councillor Rodriguez's point about the impact of government budgetary changes, not necessarily then for answer now, but it would be a very helpful piece of information for members to have in the round.
Could I just make the point that that impact is on many of our providers? And I don't think in any public meeting of this council we would be discussing how that's impacted on those providers, because that is their commercial business. And we know that in Somerset there are places where we pay lower fees than are paid in other counties. And whilst we do want the transparency that member colleagues refer to quite rightly, we also have to respect where we have commercial in confidence, please.
I think that's understood. Thank you. Right, and the next questioner is Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a couple of questions on the fees and charges, if I could do those first and then come back to budget setting overall, if I may. Firstly, fees and charges, page 36. There's a line that talks about the apprenticeship levy, and it says that the intention is to utilise the levy differently. I asked the question specifically because I'm really passionate about apprenticeships, and there used to be a levy that helped areas of the council to support some young people get experience to get them into the workplace, and that was something that was sort of quite important and quite an enabler. I'm just trying to check whether this is the same pot of money and how will it be used differently. So that's my first question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just for everybody in the room, my name is Dawn Bettridge. I'm the Interim Service Director for Workforce. So thank you, Councillor Chilcott, for your question on apprenticeships. The apprenticeship levy and what you're referring to are actually different provisions in the budget. So the apprenticeship levy is based on 0.5% of our total pay bill. So obviously, as our pay bill goes down, you know, our levy slightly reduces as well. I understand that last year our total levy for apprenticeships was in the region of 1.2 million. So the reason we've referred to the levy is we have an opportunity to maximise the use of the levy in addition to a corporate training budget. So where we've looked at maybe reducing the corporate training budget slightly, we can offset this by looking at how we use the apprenticeship levy to help with the development of our managers. So looking at moving them on to apprenticeship schemes to help us actually with the management development programme, which is what we've been doing actively. But the supported placements that you refer to has been a separate provision in the budget. It's not the same as the use of the apprenticeship levy. So we don't use the apprenticeship levy for supported placements.
Thank you. So,
And Officer Christofi?
And just to say, this is a one-off saving in the budget. This is not an ongoing saving. We will have to reassess whether this could be taken on an ongoing basis in the future financial year because of the reduction in the apprenticeship levy.
Thank you. And you had another question, Mandy.
yes, thank you. I have a few more. The next one's on fees and charges. So I wrote to Officer Hall in January, much earlier in the month, asking about chaperones licenses, and you'll see where the question's going in a moment. So I've looked at all the fees and charges here, and the issue with the chaperones licenses was that the cost of them was trebled in October. What I couldn't understand and still cannot understand is why, as a fee and charge, that didn't come through the fees and charges that we're seeing before us. And if that one hasn't, are there a number of others that we're not seeing and are just sort of added on intra-year? So if I could understand that, that would be helpful. I just want to make sure we're looking at them in their entirety, that we don't have sort of big escalations that we're not cited on. So that's my next question, please.
Mr. Hall?
Yes, thank you. Apologies, you've not received a response. I forwarded your email to the service themselves, so it's a function of Children's Services. We will chase the response for you. I'm not in a position to answer specifics around that service activity, but we'll certainly chase the response for you.
So the generic question is really not around that, is are there a number of fees and charges that are not part of this paper and do not come through full council? Because they understood that everything should come that route. So it's a generic question around fees and charges as a whole.
So I'll answer in regards to the services that I'm aware of. I'm aware that there are some historic practices for mainly some of our ex-DLO services where they might undertake external activity and they would price and give a bespoke arrangement to the town or parish. So it wouldn't be in a fees and charge because it's a bespoke arrangement that would happen with individual towns, parishes or customers. So there could be some charges or some income that this council receives through those mechanisms, but I'm not aware of any other specific fees and charges that are not otherwise covered by this report in as far as my services go. Again, I'm sorry, I can't answer for the people side.
So they should come through is what we're saying. So that's fantastic.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Moving on then, coming back to the report overall, I had a struggle to read it. I think there was a lot of confusion caused by pressures and growth. Are pressures and growth the same thing? I think some were not sure about that as it was presented. But the most challenging thing for me within the report is we've been told there's a pressure of 55.719 million in the papers. We've talked today about Morass to comment on 1.654 million of fees and charges, 95,000 saving potentially around office space, and 825,000 devolution or cost shunting, let's call it something else, to our towns and parishes, which we've heard other questioners asking about. So that is only quite a small figure in terms of if you add those savings. But we have got a 55 million pressure, and I'm not clear from the paper how much more we need to find. We've heard today that there's conversations with government, but we don't quite know what's being asked for. So my questions are, firstly, we've got last year's capitalisation directive of 36.8 million. I think I'm right in saying that has still not been confirmed. We are now talking to government. What I'm trying to understand is how much do we need to still find, bearing in mind we're only a month from that full council meeting where we need to see a budget, and if we don't hear from government, can we therefore go ahead and set a budget?
Right, I think that definitely is for you, Ms. Christofi.
So we've not yet heard about the exceptional financial support for the current financial year, which was the 36.9 million. We're still awaiting that. You're correct in where you think we are, even though I am liaising with MHCLG representatives to ensure that we do find out as soon as we can. They have a mechanism that they're operating with. In terms of the growth provision that's in the budget and where we are with the budget gap, the budget gap is changing daily because assumptions that we have made, the work is being carried out and is changing. When we come to present the February budget report, you will see the budget gap in its transparency, and you will see the exceptional financial support that is agreed with government within that report. In terms of the budget gap, if you do the calculations here, it's a much bigger budget gap, which isn't the budget gap that we're working on at the moment. I would reiterate that without exceptional financial support for the 2025-26 budget, we will be in section 114 territory. So I wouldn't be able to set a balanced budget if government weren't helping us. And that's clear in paragraph 5.
You're muted, Mandy.
Thank you. Oh, that you wish I could be permanently muted. Just coming back to the report then, we've got our risk score here, and it says if the recommendations are agreed and delivered, our risk score is 12. I cannot see how that can possibly be 12 when you think that much of whether we can set a budget or not is outside of this council's remit, so it can't be mitigated against fully. And secondly, like I said, we are a month off setting the budget, and I, as I'm sat here now, find it impossible to scrutinise the budget. We can scrutinise the fees and charges and some other smaller items, but the largest amount, the big ticket item, is being discussed with government, and if that isn't forthcoming, I do not know where we can go, and you've just said 114. So there's no plan B, and I cannot see a way at the moment without a huge amount of support with us balancing our budget. So it feels precarious and it feels a risk.
Ms. Christofi.
It's an incredibly challenging position, but as a council, I'm sure that everyone's aware that we've been in an incredibly challenging position since November 2023. So I know that it feels like it's not moving quick enough, but we must remember that we started from a position where we had 81 million one-off in the budget for 24-25, albeit that it was pieced up with exceptional financial support in a capitalisation directive, use of reserves to balance the budget, general use of reserves, and also one-offs from the collection fund surpluses. So it's a significant position that we're starting from in terms of one-offs in the budget. It's not a small amount. It's not 20, it's not £20. It's quite a significant amount, and we're trying to bring that down on an ongoing basis. The paragraph 5 and paragraph 27, I'm trying to make it as clear as I can that without exceptional financial support and liaising with government, we would be in a section 114 territory. I've put it in bold. I will think about how I can present that even better in future reports. However, the reason why the projected score, if recommended actions are agreed and delivered, takes into account the conversations that we're having with government, takes into account that we've put in an application with various scenarios, takes into account that while it might be a balanced budget that we're presenting in February, it won't be a sustainable balanced budget because it will be built on some one-offs within the budget again, if depending on what government decide in the exceptional financial support agreement that they give us, or go ahead that they give us. So that's why it's there. The current risk score is absolutely 25. It's not any less. I wish it was. If we were looking at the in-year position, I'd say to you it's a lower risk score because yes, we're forecasting an underspend in some services and use of contingency, so we're reducing down the use of drawdown on reserves. But again, unless we're underspending the current financial year by more than 80 million, we're not really underspending. So I don't know how else to make it clearer, but I will endeavour to do that in future reports so that it's there. But I hope that helps, Councillor Chilcott.
Right, thank you very much.
Can I just come back, please? I mean, the situation we're in, which you've clearly laid out, is we spent, well, in setting the budget last year, we set that £73 million spending more than we had to spend effectively. It came from other sources. We are looking to do the same this year, potentially. We don't know for how much. My concern is that every single year you are spending those one-offs, you are using reserves, and that cannot continue. Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mandy.
So just to add, Councillor, there was 7.7 million that were surpluses from the collection fund that were also included. That's why I take us up to 81 for completeness in terms of one-off. And this is the government's solution for where councils find themselves in financial difficulty. So we are working on what the new solution, we're open to suggestions from government, but we find ourselves in this position. There were 19 councils that applied for exceptional financial support in 24-25. There are a number of councils that are applying for exceptional financial support at the moment. I don't know how many, but it's not unusual that councils are finding themselves in these positions, given the landscape that we've been working from in terms of increased inflationary costs that are already baked in, increases in interest rates. We've had Brexit, we've had a pandemic. There are increases in costs that are coming through all the time. And we have residents that need our help. We are here to support the vulnerable in these spaces. So it's a challenging landscape, but we are endeavouring to manage within it and work with government until we can move to a sustainable financial position, which we are, of course, endeavouring to do.
Right, thank you very much. I'll move on then, if I may, to Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. 3 quick points. I personally share the concerns that members are talking about today in relation to the budget and being able to have enough time to be able to scrutinise the detail between now and the time that the decision is being taken. I understand the responses that are being we're being held over a barrel by someone else, but I would hope that, particularly speaking as chair of the Children and Families Scrutiny, that my committee is given enough time to adequately scrutinise the budget going forward. That's the first one. Second, of some helpful comments. The papers I'm looking at on ModGov with Appendix A, 5A, 5B, 5C, the title's missing from them in the papers that I've got in front of me. It would be helpful going forward if that was included. I may be looking at an old set of papers, and I apologise if that's the case. And the final point is in relation to the designated school grant that's been talked about a lot today. Just to say the fact that the Children and Families Scrutiny Committee has been highlighting that as a concern for some time, and we've been waiting for a paper. And as it happens, on the 10th of February, for anyone that's interested at our meeting, we have a paper coming to scrutiny from officers that's talking about the designated school grant deficit management plan. So hopefully that will be able to give us a bit more detail about how the service itself is preparing, and then hopefully that will allow us to question and delve into it deeper. So as always, any member of council is more than welcome to join the Children and Families Scrutiny Committee, which will be February the 10th, in the new venue, or sorry, the replacement venue for here, which is back in the lecture room.
Thank you very much, Councillor Redmond. I don't see anybody else wishing to speak, and as far as I am aware, we've had no specific recommendations or amendments in relation to the papers put forward to us this morning. Councillor Seeb, you're about to shatter that comforting illusion.
Yes, Chairman. I was very taken with the explanation from the Executive Director on the principles behind the decisions on service funding, and think it would be useful to include those a summary of those principles in the paper which goes before Executive.
Thank you. So if we may turn to the recommendations for this meeting, we have scrutinised the budget savings proposals, growth proposals and fees and charges proposals. We have made a number of comments during the course of the meeting, which will be passed to the executive for consideration at their meeting on the 3rd, or can be, and otherwise there are no specific recommendations that have arisen from this meeting. Are you, as members, happy that that is the conclusion that we put to the executive on the 3rd of February? Yes? No, is all in favour? Any against? Okay, that's passed no con. Thank you. Now that item has taken a little longer than we had hoped, so I'm now going to pause for 10 minutes to allow you to recompose yourselves. So we'll see you at just after 12:10. Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we move now to item 9, which is the housing revenue account rent setting fees and charges. And you will find this on page 203. and this is going to be introduced by Councillor Lation, and then we will have Officer Hicks taking us through the paper. Councillor Lation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I feel I should introduce this by explaining why we have these two papers today, and we don't have the complete set of papers yet for budget setting for the HRA. Those will come forward in due course. The reason for these coming today is that the rent setting, of course, and the fees and charges are hugely important to the tenant as well as to this council. And so in 2025, we still have to meet print deadlines and Royal Mail deadlines. So it may seem a bit unlikely these days that those deadlines are still driving us as they would have done in the 1950s. But that, of course, is the same for council tax billing, where we have print deadlines and Royal Mail deadlines. So these two papers are to ensure that we are able to do the billing for our tenants in a timely way. And I will just add that you will note that the percentage increase this year of 2.7% is considerably lower than last year because the inflation rate is lower. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Officer Hicks.
I'm Officer Hicks, but actually, as we have the report author, Kerry Prisco, the strategic business partner for the HRA, I'm going to pass over to Kerry to present.
Officer Prisco.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Lation. So as Councillor Lation was saying, we have split the usual annual budget setting report into two sections. So today we will be talking about the rent, setting the rents, and also the fees and charges for 25-26. Just so you know that the annual budget, the capital programme, the MTFP and the 30-year business plan update will come in a later report. You will be seeing that in the next couple of weeks. Okay, so turning to today, in terms of rent setting, want to explain to you that the recommendations are in line with the current rent standard and the most recent update from the government on the limit of annual rent increases for 25-26, which means that we can raise our rents by CPI plus 1%, CPI being September 24. So that rate is 2.7% as per the report, and that is for all categories of provision within our housing stock. And it is for both operations of the HRA, so both the arms management organisation managed by Homes and Sedgemoor and for the in-house service. In terms of the fees and charges, we do provide an Appendix A for Homes and Sedgemoor proposed rates. They are subject to the actual cost actually incurred during 24-25 to then be recharged in 25-26, and Appendix B does the same for the in-house service. So this will include charges such as grounds maintenance, Somerset Lifeline, community utilities, etc. In terms of the garage rents, we are proposing an increase of 2.7% in the north and a freeze on garage rents in the west. Just to provide some explanation around that differential, this is because the garages in the north have been recently refurbished in the last few years, and tenancy levels are fairly stable. However, we are seeing that the garages in the west, the tenancy rates are actually reducing over the last couple of years, and we want to, or the proposal is that we want to freeze rents to try to maintain those tenancy levels and to maintain that income instead of triggering perhaps further tenancies to kind of hand in their notice. In terms of temporary accommodation, daily rates, they're proposed to increase by 1.7%. Just to remind you that the temporary accommodation relates to the accommodation that's used by the General Fund Homelessness team. For meeting halls, there's a proposed increase of 1.7%. And just to make a note that there's no charge where a tenant is making a booking of those meeting halls for a tenants only event. So this is for charges that are not our tenants. And then an increase of 1.7% for guest room charges. Please also note that we're proposing to discontinue the Lifeline subsidy from the 1st of April for new tenants only. So just to emphasise, it's new tenants only, and existing tenants will still benefit from this protection. please can I explain that these proposals will contribute towards the council's ability to set a balanced budget for the HRA in 25-26, and also to help finance the capital investment that's proposed for our existing and for new stock in 25-26. It also contributes towards the overall 30-year business plan in terms of being able to maintain income level to support the overall ambitions of the HRA in future years. Happy to take any questions, and I've also got Simon Lewis from the service if you do have any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Christofi.
I just wanted to come in just to help with the understanding as to why you've got this report here and you haven't got the full HRA rent setting, budget and 30-year business plan. The HRA budget and business plan are all tied together with our Treasury management strategy, and the remainder of the budget, albeit the HRA housing revenue account, is a ring-fenced account within the general fund. So we've brought the rent setting here so that we can ensure the rent setting is proposed and works its way to council, so that it can actually come into effect by the 1st of April. Otherwise, the timings wouldn't work.
Understood. Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy. Could you put the microphone on? Microphone, Mike. Thank you.
I'd like to make a proposal that we accept these recommendations. Thank you very much for the clear way they've been presented, but they're all within inflationary, the current inflation, and I don't see any point in discussing it further.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. That's just been seconded by the Vice Chairman. However, is there anybody that wishes to comment on this? I would say that it is a very commendably straightforward report, and I also agree that the charges that are being put forward do seem to be very reasonable. However, Councillor Rodriguez on screen.
Thank you, Chairman. Just trying to understand one of the proposed fees on Appendix B for the in-house service. Looking at Broomfield House, where the heating charge is being now split for 25-26. And then you've got the new utilities charges. So in 24-25, you had a charge per week of £6.59 for heating. Utility charges, which I'm assuming that's what's been split to between personal and communal use. Personal will now be £10.11, which is really quite an increase from the previous year. What I want to know is the communal also something that each tenant has to pay for, or is that only for visitors? I mean, I don't know how that works. If so, then that's an extra £18 or £18 on utilities rather than the previous £6 per week. And then looking at the equality impact assessment, in that particular in Broomfield House, you've got 16 self-funders. So it's going to impact quite the majority of people living in that property. So could someone explain that, please?
Yeah, I can provide an answer to that. So when we set the service charges last year for Broomfield House, we didn't have full sight of all of the invoices. So we just introduced the new finance system, and we were not able to at that time evidence all the invoices. And when we charge service charges, any tenant can challenge that. So we need to be able to show that sitting behind that there is hard evidence that those costs were incurred. This year we were able to do that, so we can see the full charges. What I would say is the reason why Broomfield House is different is because it's the only scheme we have within our stock, within the in-house landlord stock, where it provides heating into their flats. So it's not just for the communal areas, it's also the heating of their living space as well. So what we have done is we've been able to separate out the element of that heating charge which is for their flats, which of course they are not able to claim benefits for, but the rest of it, which is around the sort of communal hallways and the shared living spaces such as the meeting rooms and so forth, that part will be benefit eligible. There's only a small number, I think it's 4 people, I have to check my notes, there's a small number of people at Broomfield House that are self-funders, but we have already, as part of our impact assessment, we've written a letter to them all and said this is coming, and we will be going to that property once those bills land, and we will be spending the morning with them, with specialist debt and benefit advice officers, to talk through the impact of that. And we've referenced within our impact assessment that we do have a hardship fund, for example, and we do have qualified people that can ensure they're getting all the benefits they're eligible to. So it's not, although the fees do seem high, they're not out of proportion with what other people in flats will be paying to heat their own properties as well.
Thank you. Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you. Very quick question, similar theme. So Appendix A, and again, it's around the heating. And I know that for a lot of people, the increased heating costs have been challenging. So halfway down Appendix A, we've got heating was in 24-25, £3.87 to 13.04. Now 25-26, £8.47 to 34.23. The reason I ask is that's about 2.5 to 3 times as much, and I know, looking at my home, it hasn't gone up by that much, so I wasn't sure whether perhaps it was too low in 24-25 or whether it's too high in 25-26.
Okay, so this particular appendix is related to the Homes in Sedgemoor, which is the arms length management organisation. I don't work for that organisation, but I am aware because I've been speaking to colleagues there. So again, in the past, so they also have, Homes in Sedgemoor also have some schemes which includes communal heating, which again heats into the flats. So the board, they've taken a decision that they've provided some sort of protection in the previous years while the market has been rising, quite fluctuating energy market. Now the energy market has settled down, they are going to have to pass on the full costs to those tenants. And similarly to us, they have written to those tenants and notified them of that. And they will also be putting steps in place to to support those tenants and talk to them about affordability. So some of them, if some of them do have affordability issues, they will be working with those tenants to support them. But this is not about, this is simply about passing on the proper costs to those tenants. And of course, every other tenant within our properties are all paying for the heating of their homes. So it's right and proper that those charges should be passed on as well.
Thank you. I just wondered whether they'd looked at perhaps putting it down a degree. I was just empathising because it will be quite a considerable charge for many.
Thank you, Mandy. I don't see any other members wishing to speak, but Mr. Hall, you wish to add something?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify in reaching your decision that these recommendations have been put to the Homes in Sedgemoor board as well. So obviously the decisions are yours. However, it's good to know that both parts of our landlord functions are in support of these increases. So I just wanted to make you aware it's been through their board and supported. Thank you.
Right, that's very helpful. Thank you. So the recommendations for executive, that the executive should endorse the recommendations and refer to full council for approval. So this is what we are, I think, recommending that the executive should do. May I see all those in favour, please? And any against? Good, passed NEMCON. So we move on to agenda item 6 now, which is on page 79, which is the workforce restructuring programme. And Councillor Butt-Phillip is going to introduce Mr. Jones to take us through this report. Theo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure that Mr. Jones requires no introduction to members, but this is the report on the latest phases of the workforce reorganisation programme, which has been in train for quite some considerable time. I'm not going to say too much, but I do want to say an enormous thanks to the team who have worked to bring this forward, both the finance team, the HR team, and others. But more importantly, to all of our staff who have been living with a great deal of uncertainty over, well, months and indeed years since the process of creating the Unitary Council started, and all of the steps that have happened since then. Once this is completed, we will, finally be in a position to have a stable workforce structure, which hopefully will help us build the sustainable council, which we've spent much of the morning discussing. But I will hand over to Alan Jones, who will take us through the report.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the introduction. It's fair to say there's been a significant amount of work in leading up to this point, as members will know, and we've reported on a regular basis to both this committee and to members and to executive in terms of the progress associated with our improvement and transformation programme. It's fair to say that a key component and almost a core component of that moving forward was our work around our workforce. We set out a budget process, we set out a review of our programme process in around December and January of last year. Those proposals were then considered and endorsed by executive and into full council as part of our budget setting process for this financial year. So in essence, we have had that year to design, consult and develop the proposals associated with the workforce redesign. That's everything from considering how we're going to operate as a council, right the way through to organisational structure and the design principles that have informed every step of this process. Forgive me for repeating that, members. I know you've heard me say it before, but I just wanted to emphasise this is not a short process. We've had to go through this in detail and with careful consideration. It's also fair to say we've worked at a considerable pace and it has involved a huge amount of effort from colleagues across the council. And I thank services, the HR team, the finance teams, the PMO team and our strategy team in terms of their work to engage with and help manage and coordinate what has been an incredibly technical process, but it is credit to the staff who have engaged throughout this process. In essence, what you have in front of you are a range of proposals that set out the high-level structures associated with the proposals and the impacts that have been identified as part of this process. It's quite clear that when we reorganise the authority to this scale and extent and at this pace, there are clearly going to be impacts. And I know you as members have previously raised concerns about that. What we wanted to do quite clearly in this report is set out what those impacts are, whether and if they can be mitigated, and the potential areas of risk and concern that still remain as a result of those mitigations. It's quite true to say that we cannot go through a process of reorganising the authority's structures, its workforce structure, and proposing a £34 million reduction in the pay bill without there being implications. And members, you have been really clear that you are concerned about that. So the purpose of the appendices is to set out each and every element that's been identified by those services and the proposals that are coming forward. So as part of this report today, we're able to answer any questions and queries you may have. And we took the decision not to burn your time today in presenting those matters. We have laboured the points with members through private briefings, through all member briefings at every stage of the process. So we wanted to give the opportunity really to go through that process and then answer any questions and queries you may have. Before I hand back to you, Chair, just one very, very minor, and I do mean minor, error in the report that I just wanted to point out. On page 85, there is reference to, and the reference is circa 400. That reference should be circa 4,000. And you'll note that the element in the main body of the report in Appendix A, I believe, is correct. But I just wanted to point that out, and my sincere apologies for that incredibly minor error. But I just wanted to point that out before we started.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Members. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got two specific questions and then something that's a little more general. So on page 90, paragraph 40, it says that proposed changes in highways will reduce capacity to proactively consider highways safety issues within planning applications on the rights of way. But this will be mitigated through prioritising and sequencing caseloads based on economic growth, safety and accessibility. Obviously, if there's a reduction in capacity, are you saying that the mitigation will fully mitigate that, or that there are going to be some issues that arise? Do you want me to do them one at a time? Okay, so on page 99, service impacts for adults operations. It's a bit of a pernickety question in some ways. So it says the proposed reduction in staffing capacity risked delaying Care Act assessments and hindering the productivity increases. Is that meant to be a past tense, as in has that already been solved? or is it a typo? And also, I couldn't work out which mitigation went with which of the two in the list that came first. And so I just wondered whether the top item that I've just read out was mitigated by the bottom mitigation. I was trying to sort of piece it together, but it could just be my reading of it. And then my final point is that when you look at the let me just have a look. The impact assessment, generally, overall, these have a neutral outcome. But I did note that it almost always affects anybody with any kind of disability or mobility issue, and that those negative effects were always on those people. And when we look on page 82, and I am sorry to keep leaping everybody around, including myself, but on page 82, it does come up with there's a list of sort of how this can pan out as a benefit in the future. And at the bottom, it says that it will be caring for our most vulnerable residents, reducing rural isolation and loneliness. And yet both of those initially are going to be areas that are hit. And I just wondered how quickly we'll be able to mitigate that, please. So sorry for the long questions.
No, thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So taking each of those in turn, and of course, if there are any services that want to sort of step in, but we've clearly gone through the process of engaging with them. So in terms of the process around engagement in planning applications and providing highways advice, there are steps that will mitigate the original impact that was identified and set out to members. However, there is still a need to prioritise and focus where that advice is set. The use of standing advice has been recommended by those services in order to mitigate some of that impact. But ultimately, the mitigation that's being proposed does not wholly resolve the risk that's been identified. And there is a need then to reprioritise workloads and consider how best to use the resources that are available. So in answer to your question, it doesn't mitigate the whole of the impact that's been identified, and it will require a change in how the service operates, but does not relate to a change in service standard. That's the first point. The second point in relation to the adults operations, my apologies, it should say risk. So the issue there is that there is a risk that Care Act assessments could be delayed as part of this process. The service has adequate mitigation in place to address those matters. However, there is still a risk that given the level of change within the service and the capacity within each of those, the adults team in operations particularly are reporting that there is a risk that given the level of change and the change between their staffing structure they currently have and the one that's being proposed, there is a risk that Care Act assessments could be delayed. And then finally, in terms of the neutral impact, I believe you're referring to the service quality impact assessments that have been published as part of this, or sorry, the information is drawn from those. In essence, they will always emphasise the impacts on those residents that have protected characteristics, and that's why they particularly identified there is a risk again that as a result of those changes they could be impacted upon. However, there are mitigations set out within those service quality impact assessments that will need to be considered and reviewed, and to be quite frank, from a scrutiny perspective, I would expect to be considered as part of the ongoing review of the impacts of this restructuring exercise. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So that makes sense. I mean, obviously, all of those impacts are measured against people with those protected characteristics. It just seemed that it seemed to affect the disabled and the elderly disproportionately. But it is what it is. And as long as we keep an eye on that and make sure that those impacts that we try to work to deliver the best outcome for those people who are impacted, I guess that's the best that we can do. So yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to say. But and about the typo, don't worry about that. If you've ever had a text from me, you'll know about typos. So it was just I needed to be sure, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman of Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 points. Firstly is page 109, which talks about the problems associated with flooding and water management. As we know, at this point in time, we have a major problem across most of Somerset. And from what I can read on this, we are putting all the teams together. Are we going to have enough resilience to be getting up on Sunday nights at 2 o'clock in the morning to deal with people's houses flooding, and then being able to keep that level of support going, or are we going to be in a position where we're going to be relying on our brigade and others to do that for us and just supervising? That's my first question.
So I'll chair through you. I'll bring in Chris Hall in a second if he wants to add to anything that I might say. I think the purpose here is that we want to flag the particular risks and issues associated with that. In all instances of an emergency response, of course, the council will brigade its resources appropriately to address and respond to those matters as best it can, coordinated by our colleagues in the Civil Contingencies Unit. That remains the case. So in those instances where we have those emergencies, we have taken steps to ensure that we have very clear line of sight between the Chief Executive, the Executive Director, the Service Director and the lead for civil contingencies, and that's embedded within the structure so members can see it. But of course, that will be the main element. So for example, on instances like over the weekend, the Civil Contingencies Unit will coordinate all of those responses and then be able to deploy the council resources as appropriate to address that major emergency that was agreed. But I'll bring Chris Hall in as well in terms of anything else to add in terms of the risks that have been flagged.
Thank you. I'd mainly reiterate exactly what Alan's just said. So the Civil Contingencies team, or the Emergency Response and Preparedness team, as we now refer to them, there was some reductions proposed in the early phase of consultation. As part of the consultation process, we have limited those. However, we will, and therefore we've added a roll back in as part of the consultation process. We will continue to have a 24/7, 365 on-call capacity for that team, as well as our gold officers on call, as well as our out of hours contact centres, our lifeline and all of those other in the moment emergency response elements. I think what we're identifying though is there is a general reduction and pressure within that climate change and adaptation team off the back of this restructure. But in the moment for emergencies, we will have exactly the standards that you've become used to.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much, Chris. Page 113. The handing down of services to the big towns has gone extremely well. One of the things that I have 14 rural parish councils that hasn't been handed down well at all is the maintenance on the rights of way. And you are proposing here to cut the service levels on that particular side. We need considerably more liaison between the clearing function and the function of reporting back. And we do make it extremely difficult on ourselves with our health and safety requirements from the wardens. And I understand exactly why we have them, but I also know that most people use a flail cutter in their garden and don't have any of those controls put in place. I would like to see more handing down of the rights of way maintenance and clearance to the parishes completely, as opposed to supervising what they do.
Chair, through you. So thank you for the feedback, Councillor Hophouse. It's an issue that both Chris and I are aware of. Chris as Executive Director for that service area, but also myself as the lead on health and safety matters. We are working to try and find a pragmatic way through this with towns and parish councils and of course the volunteers. Whilst not directly relevant to the restructuring proposals, it's an incredibly good point because we now know that we need to rely on those willing volunteers to help maintain, but also those towns and parishes often prioritise those routes that are important to them. And this is where we need to kind of work out a reasonable way of ensuring that they are safe when operating equipment on our network, and it's still our network, but we do so in a way which enables them to do so. So we are acutely aware of this issue. It has been raised with both Dawn and I in terms of the health and safety risks, and our colleague Daniel Thomas is working on that with the service to find a resolution to it. But thank you for raising it.
And final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 151. Again, it's rights of way. I think my division has more bridges closed due to being unsafe structures than anywhere else in Somerset. I'm very happy to tell you I have 4. One of which has got a cost of £400,000 to make it right and sort it because it goes over the 303. I do feel that we need to explain to people that the bridges and the structures on the rights of way, and it needs to be a press release, are something that this council, and I'm going to say this, and I'm very happy to be shot down, cannot afford to do. And it's not a nice thing to say, but if we're going to put money in, I'd be far happier to be sorting out the grade 2 listed bridge on the A303, on the old 303, which is called Fluzzing in Sparkford and North Cadbury, than worry about the bridge in Mudford or the bridge in Rimpton or the bridge in, I can't think of the third place. But what I'm trying to say is that I understand how important the footpaths and rights of way are to a number of people, but I also think that we need to be looking at our expenditure in such a way that we're prioritising where most people need the money spent. And I would just remind everybody in this room there's only 141,000 ramblers.
So, Mr. Jones, I don't know that you need to comment on that. Point is made. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you. A couple of general comments and then maybe a couple of detailed ones if I can. I'll do them quickly if I can. One of the things that concerns me slightly with the report is for example, on page 86, para 20, this para starts, there are no proposals to stop services. And I think, but we're only going to change the key performance indicators. There is a danger that some other organisations, through my work with the Drainage Board, I'm aware of the EA, they have some key performance indicators that basically say that their structures will fail and that they are poorly maintained. And so they meet their key performance indicator because they are failing and they are poorly maintained. But that isn't what the public expect. They think if you have a key performance indicator, you're keeping it to a decent standard, not setting yourself a standard that's so low. So I think we just need to be careful that we don't set expectations at a level that people will be incredibly disappointed when we start to see what is coming through. And that's where I move on to the more detailed stuff. The Vice Chair has already mentioned the rights of way, because that's an area I know a number of the parishes are very concerned about what is happening on those. Bridges are mentioned within the report. I think it's on page 115, that we will be reducing the quality or the time that we can deal with those. I'm aware from my own division that some of those bridge repairs take years already on highways, and so extending that further, I think we just need to be aware again of what is the level of service that we're setting ourselves forward for. You'd be disappointed if I didn't mention development management. So on page 119, some of the proposals that are coming forward for development management, I think, are a real concern to me, that we are in a position where we will, as an authority already, we are working incredibly hard to keep ourselves above the water. With some of the changes coming through, I think we are really putting that service at risk, and the knock-on effect that that has in terms of, first of all, losing the money back to developers because they can claim their fees back if they don't get decisions within time. Then we end up being special measures. The government end up sending in inspectors or make the decisions, and we as councillors then lose any of our input. It is something I think we need to be incredibly careful of, because that then has the knock-on effect to our own economic development, because people don't have to develop in Somerset. They can go elsewhere if we can't provide the service. So I think we just need to be very aware of where we are setting the benchmarks on some of these, because I think the report reads quite reassuringly, but I just have some fears coming forward that some of the expectations we're setting up at the moment, we're going to be very struggling hard to meet.
Mr. Hall, do you want to come straight in there?
Yeah, just in reference to the development management proposal. So we are very much aware that the resources currently within the development management service are insufficient. We've now been able to evidence that. So we have a planning stability board of officers and members set up to oversee how we get back to a stable planning service. Clearly, resources are a key element of that, and you will see within the pressure bids, so separate to this pack, there is a request put forward to council to increase resources within the development management function. So appreciating that there are some risks in terms of the workforce, we have a separate request, and hopefully all of that will be approved, and I plead for your support in that pressure bid. We will have a more stable planning service in the future, and it will be better resourced, and that all of that delivery will be overseen by the Planning Stability Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Mr. Jones, did you have any comments on Mr. Filmer's?
Really briefly, if I may, Chair, I think Councillor Filmer used the word fears. I think I would kind of say there are risks potentially associated with this, and I think as part of that process, it could be for you as scrutiny or for the individual scrutinies where those services report to consider whether you want to develop those types of reviews, those considerations of those matters, to provide advice and guidance on whether you think that any of the risks that are set out in this report are beginning to manifest, and challenging and reviewing what those mitigations could be and keeping those services in focus. We have been as thorough as we can as part of this process and as transparent as we can with the feedback from services, but clearly those risks are reported. If they are matters that those individual scrutinies or this scrutiny wish to consider, that could be a matter that you want to be put forward as part of your forward plan. We can only go so far as officers in terms of the recommendations that we have, the information that we have, and there are residual matters that clearly we've set out as part of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bearing in mind what I look like, the further I went through this report, my hair got whiter and whiter. And I have to say, overall, I'm very concerned by the impacts of this transformation on our ability to carry on any sort of service as a council. It strikes me that we're almost eating ourselves here. Several points have been made. Planning is clearly a huge problem. The government targets have reduced our 5-year land supply, so we're having to deal with that. So we're going to be at risk of predatory developers across the board. We have very little enforcement capacity. The legal backup for planning, I understand, has been pretty much shredded. And you can't run planning without any legal backup. You've got to be able to consult with solicitors, so that needs to be looked at as a matter of urgency. Then there's, of course, the local plan. Well, until we get the local plan into some sort of order, we're not going to be able to get off the hook of the 5-year land supply. So we need to be able to deliver that. And there's clearly some very high risks presented in the report around that. On page 120, apparently we're supposed to be running a PFI initiative. I didn't realise that, but the report actually casts doubt on our ability to continue to do that. Now, if it's a PFI, which would be long-standing, I'm not sure what it's for. It must be for some kind of business management that we're responsible for, but I'd like to know a little bit more about that. On the question of property, which is again another area where we're looking to reduce, if we can't manage our property properly, it'll impact on income, it's going to impact on disposals, increasing the risks to reduced reporting. If we can't get the money in, and we just heard earlier on this morning how important getting the capital receipts in through the door is in order to be able to continue. If we haven't got a basic team to do that, then that's also at risk. I've got different pages on it. Page 134, loss of ICT will impact our ability to deliver and enable the service redesign changes resulting from reductions in other areas of the business. We're trying to transform ourselves into an online business much more. If we haven't got the team to do that, that's going to be compromised as well. Page 136 talks about finance and fraud, payments, risk, breaches and waivers. Audit committee tomorrow is going to be looking at breaches and waivers. I've already had a look at the confidential report. If our financial management starts to go west, then we're in real problems here. Employment law risks, HR resources will not be able to dedicate it to transformational projects as the capacity will only cover business as usual activity. And there seems to be a huge emphasis on placing HR responsibility on the shoulders of managers. As someone in a past life who's dealt with his fair share of HR issues, the support of a functioning HR department is absolutely invaluable for your own sanity, let alone anything else, about getting it right. Because as we all know, employment law doesn't tend to run in what you would call straight lines. It seems to have various kinks in it, which trip up the unwary. Yeah, that was all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, I think that's probably enough though. Thank you.
I think the general tone of your concern is clear. Mr. Jones, can you address any of those concerns, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best, and I'll ask Dawn to help as well. So I think first and foremost, we've been clear as part of the reporting, and certainly set out in this report, that there will be a need to prioritise where we spend our time and our efforts, and making sure that that's focused in the right places to be able to deliver either our activities for transformation or the appropriate service levels to our residents. So that's probably a critical part. So that's in relation to things like services such as ICT, for example. Also being really clear as part of any project or programme moving forward, if we were to have to start an improvement plan or a transformation programme, that we understand how each and every service contributes to that, and they are funded appropriately to do so. One of the issues for all previous legacy councils, and it's an issue across all of local government, my apologies, hopefully that one's working. So as part of that process, we will have to prioritise where we focus our times and our efforts. And as part of transformation as well, we'll need to ensure we are covering the entire cost associated with that. And we're considering those through capitalisation or whatever it may be as part of the process. That's the first point. I think I'd follow Chris's lead earlier in that the issues around legal, just as they were with planning, have been identified. And there is a pressure bid subject to member approval to address those issues. You'll note within that pressure bid it is one-off in order to allow the transition away from a largely locum interim workforce into a permanent workforce. So we're not requesting that funding is ongoing, but we have created a clear structure, but from which we can then recruit to. I think I'd probably emphasise that as part of the overall process. We have had a number of interim structures across our organisation for a considerable amount of time, and the uncertainty that creates for staff, and the inability then of managers to recruit into it. This restructuring process provides that clarity and does so relatively quickly rather than incrementally. So I recognise the risks that have been raised, Councillor Wren. I think the issues are we have tried our best to mitigate those and identify where those pressures are likely to be. I'll just bring Dawn in terms of particularly around the support and the processes around HR, because you're absolutely right to raise it, but it will require a different way of working. Dawn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your questions. I probably just had 3 points to add in addition to what Alan has said in response to your overarching questions. I think it's really important that we do remember that the initial goal really of the LGR programme in terms of bringing 5 organisations into one was always to look at our workforce numbers and to use the opportunity of bringing 5 into one to reduce our workforce and to reduce our pay bill. And that's what we fast-tracked this year. But that obviously is going to be quite painful, very painful for our workforce as we go through the next couple of months, and then re-establishing how we're going to run services differently from April. But I thought it was important just to mention that. In terms of the reduction in HR and OD, you'll see from the report it's in the region of 21 to 22% reduction across my team, which is quite considerable, but it's expected when we've had resources from 5 councils brought into one team, and therefore the extra capacity that I've benefited from this year we've used very flexibly to actually deliver this workforce programme without bringing any sort of particularly expensive consultants or consultancies in to do it for us. So we've used our existing team and the skills and experience of our team to do that. That does mean to say, obviously, my team is going to reduce and has already reduced over the year as a result of the voluntary redundancy programme. So what I'll be doing is working closely with Alan and with the executive leadership team to prioritise our transformation programmes next year and to look at how we use the flexible use of capital receipts to be able to give us some agility to bring in some additional resources to do transformation over and above our base establishment when we can afford to do so. So that's where we'll have a little bit of flex. The last thing I would say is that we're putting in a brand new operating model into HR and OD from the 1st of April. It's a strategic business partnering model. It's going to be very different from the way that we've operated HR and OD over the last 2 years since vesting day. And that will really give us a very different way of operating the service and how we operate with managers. We will be upgrading our HR and payroll system, which will give managers much more self-service functionality. So we recognise the fact we don't want to overburden our managers, but we do need to continue to transform and work differently with our managers to deliver services in a different way. And all of that plan is in place for next year. Thank you, Chair.
I may just briefly come back. Nobody's mentioned reference to PFI, but I did want to say I do appreciate the enormous amount of work that has gone into this. It is, I was going to say fantastic. It's not. It's horrible. I can't imagine having to do it and the work that's done. So you've got to commend the team for the work that they have done, because none of us wants to be in this position at all. So thank you. But if Chris could just answer the PFI bit, please, just to clarify in my mind.
And I think Councillor Lation would like to come in as well, but do you want to let Mr. Hall speak first? Yes, thank you. Chris.
Yeah, just to confirm, so the council operates in the PFI agreement, a private financial initiative agreement with one of the leisure centres operating in the north of Somerset. If you look at the risks identified, they're more about how we explore future efficiencies rather than proposing that there are risks to the current operation of that service. The other one, just to pick up on, is around the property structure. So that was raised specifically a moment ago. Excuse me. The original workforce consultation has been updated at the end of the consultation process. The management team themselves have put forward an alternative proposal, which was then accepted. So the service structure you see in front of you today has come via the management of that team. It's not without its restrictions in terms of number of staffing, but it has come as a secondary proposal from the team. And then finally, just in terms of commercial investment disposals, the team managing those sits elsewhere, actually sits under Alan's portfolio of services, and there are no proposed reductions to the team managing our commercial investment property portfolio or the disposals of those.
Thank you. And we are very mindful again of what you said about planning and securing a stable planning service. So I think that is an answer to what Councillor Wren was speaking about in that respect. Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Hi, obviously there's a huge challenges here on, mitigations to balance out a lot of potential areas of difficulty going forwards. I just need to comment on the page 120, where we are talking about potential increase in applications proposed without highway advice, and not securing S106 contributions and obligations. We are going to be under pressure to build so much more housing across a rural county. So many of our lanes are, having to suddenly accept developments accessing onto them. I'm really, really concerned that we are not potentially going to be offering highway advice. There's challenges already with the highway advice that's coming forward. A lot of residents are challenging the reports and saying, due diligence is not being taken in some of the rural areas. And I just see this is going to create so many problems down the line where we've got these developments and we're not getting the proper highways advice or contributions to manage the impact of that on the roads and our residents. I just can't, I'm really, really frightened for how our developments are going to go without those planning support things in place. It's already challenging trying to defend highways decisions at the moment. I think it's going to get increasingly worse. And alongside that, sorry, I'm just trying to find the right page again, was you know, the enforcement officers, there are so many residents that have issues with enforcement issues, and for that to be more compromised in terms of what we can support and deliver, really concerning. And, you know, we're building these developments and we want to have decent design codes on them. And we're saying that, you know, the ability to meet the requirement for design codes as set out in the National Planning Policy is likely to be compromised. We need to be thinking about the developments we're building for the future, and for any of that design to be compromised, it's just going to have huge impact on our communities. So I just needed to raise my concern that that really is an area that we shouldn't be looking to compromise at the moment.
Thank you for that, Councillor Johnson. I have to say I have heard that from a number of other members. So is there anything specific that you can say on that, Mr. Jones?
I don't think there's anything I'd specifically add. I think we tried to set out, as you say, the particular risks and issues, but I'll defer to Chris whether he wants to add anything else to that.
Well, I think the debate's the right one, because we have set out these concerns within the documentation set, and we have set out the areas of mitigation that we feel that we can provide, but there is a limit to that mitigation when we reduce the resourcing level in those areas. So the debate's the right one, the challenge is the right one. The mitigations talk about how we will prioritise the resources we have remaining. So I don't have a better mitigation for you on those issues at the moment. Planning we've talked about in terms of DM resources and the pressure bid. The highways one I think is more challenging. We have put back some of the area highways teams that were part of the original proposal as a reduction, but ultimately the highways team will be smaller as a result of this, much like a lot of the other services across the council.
Okay, well, perhaps we can just leave the highways advice there for a moment. Councillor Cottle.
Make this thing work. Yeah, thank you. Now, I would just like to echo Dawn's, Councillor Johnson's concerns about the highways, definitely. And I can see problems arising from that if we don't get the suitable advice, and because I already have problems.
We've lost sound.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. You can't hear anything online.
Can hear you, but nobody else.
No, we've lost the room.
You can see your lips moving, but no sound.
Is that better?
Yeah, great.
Oh, brilliant. Right.
We did miss the previous speaker.
You did.
Councillor Cottle was emphasising a point that Councillor Johnson had made. So if you heard Councillor Johnson, Councillor Cottle was amplifying it. That's the right use of the word, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there are many here who won't be surprised that I will speak on planning. That's what I'm sort of involved with. And I do have echo the serious concerns that other members have raised, because I've seen the same process go through South Somerset Council. And right from day one there, I asked the question, are we going to have enough resources to be able to deliver the planning that we have to deliver? Now, Lucy, Councillor Trimnell rather, has asked a couple of the questions I wanted to ask about the highways officers. If you're reducing the numbers, which we're obviously doing, you're going to be reducing the service. Planning is a service which you've got a time scale to follow. And if you don't follow that time scale, it's put up with for so long. And at the end of the day, that service is taken away from you. And that also applies to the types of decisions you make. If you're not making the correct decisions and that you should do for the planning reasons, you run the risk of having it all taken away from you, and the decisions you make, well, you won't be making them, but you will be paying for them. And that's something you want to bear in mind, that if you do lose your planning service, you will still have to pay the costs of having all the have the implementation put in and all the spade work done for inspectors to make the decisions. Also, another thing, if you've got lack of officers putting through the information for you on the decisions you are making, and many applications go to appeals, you get to a stage now where things are going to appeal, and all you are doing, because decisions are not being made correctly, is you will be losing your certain funding for certain levels of 106 agreements and everything else. So really, it's a difficult one, but it is something. And I've always been supportive of officers on, within planning. It's a difficult job to do, but be under no mistake. I've seen it before. You reduce your level of staff and you reduce the level of your service. And regards planning, you are in trouble. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Ria would like to come in.
And so would Councillor Lation. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first. Oh, I won't. Sorry, musical microphones again. Chair, I just wanted to make a couple of points. One is that the executive, on behalf of the administration, was able to respond to the consultation for the restructure, and really grateful to officers for the time they gave us in considering everything that was on our list. I just want to reassure everyone in this room that planning and highways were at the top of that list, because we all share those concerns. And I wanted to say as well that I know this is scrutiny today and audit is tomorrow, but audit tomorrow has a very long report from our external auditors, Grant Thornton, the annual audit report for 23-24. We'll be considering that in depth tomorrow. That will then lead on through audit meetings with a progress report. And I know it's difficult when meetings overlap, and they do this week, because we had a report yesterday on the commercial investments that we now have an external contractor doing the rentals on the commercial investments, so that we're absolutely sure of the money coming in and how it is reported to that subcommittee. We've got so many things happening under transformation. I think what the auditors are telling us is that we kind of need the plan that pulls all of that together in a coherent fashion, and that we will all be able to understand as members. So I would suggest that anyone in this room who has concerns has a look at the auditor's annual report, and then in future considers that progress report against the annual report very carefully, because that's now in another new piece of software called IdeaGen, which has a really nice progress bar. And then we can see how that moves from 22-23 into 23-24, and then into the year we're in now. I believe, Chair, we have got a lot more in place than may be apparent for those who attend fewer meetings than I do, and maybe have a bit more of other life at the moment. So I just want to give that reassurance that all of these things are being considered, and things like the revenues and benefits software, that contract is signed now. We're obviously well into our second year of Microsoft Dynamics, which should and will, I'm sure, make life easier, financial management for all the managers in our organisation, and the software that's been referred to for the payroll, new software there. So I think we've got quite a task ahead to make sure that members know what has been done and how it all fits together under that one very large heading of transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. I just wanted, and I know members won't have forgotten this, but there's £34 million that's Can you hear me now? Fantastic. Okay. So I just wanted to remind members this has got £34 million attached to it. And we've just had a report where Councillor Lation and I were presenting our financial position and how much we need to do in order to become financially resilient and sustainable. I hear the concerns in the room, but we will need to change and transform our workforce and other parts of our organisation in order to move to a financially sustainable position. I think it's important for us to ensure that our performance reporting are the things that members want to track, and you can hold us to account in terms of performance in our various different areas through that mechanism, so that we're in a position where we're transparently reporting and we have action that we take to ensure that our performance indicators are delivering what we have agreed with you. The correlation between less staff and service delivery aren't always a correlation together. Remember that systems and processes are changing all the time. Technology is moving on. As Councillor Lation has said, there are a number of different initiatives across the organisation. And of course, we are investing in our staff. People's skills are increasing all the time. We're in different spaces in how we're delivering our services and what the expectation is of delivery. Our Director of HR has already said we've come together in some services with 5 different teams from 5 legacy councils. There will be natural synergies between them, but it will require people to work differently as well. And we will all need to be cognizant of that as we move forward. But this transformation programme is absolutely critical to the way forward in our organisation, both financially, culturally, and also to set us up for how we need to work differently in the future. In a variety of different services. And I would also say to members to consider the fact that we will need to go even further with the transformation. As Councillor Lation said, our external auditors have picked up on our financial sustainability and have picked up in terms of further transformation that will need to be done through 2 statutory recommendations that are being discussed tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Locke, did you have a very small one?
No, it's not a question. I just wanted to say from my own point of view, Chairman, that one thing I wanted to make clear is that I wasn't knocking officers, and I do appreciate how difficult a job it is that they are doing. But when I was speaking specifically with the planning service we supply. And I want to just highlight something there, and that will be backed up by members who was there yesterday. There was an applicant, a developer was there. His application was approved the best part of 12 months ago. He's waiting to be built, and its officers have not finalised the approval for him and the 106 agreement. He's waiting for legal services. It's that ability to be able to deliver, to let the houses be built. Now, he's got the permission, but nothing tied up to go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ham.
Thank you, Chair. My question couldn't have tied in any better than what Tony just said. I was looking at service impacts for legal, and to me, there does not seem to be an impact. It seems that it needs additional funding, which comes out in the paper, and those additional funds would be for locums. My sort of question is there any way, like big developers or big applications, whether they could fund the legal fees themselves? I've got one particular case in mind that they are willing to pay the legal fees to speed up the process.
Chair, through you. So there are a couple of things. Firstly, as I mentioned earlier, there is a pressure bid within the budget around legal services in order to transition away from that largely locum workforce. So that was considered in the paper earlier today that sets out how that service will transition. Hopefully the creation of a structure without interim leadership in place will help kind of bring that structure forward. That's the issue that we're trying to address there. In terms of legal advice and guidance, again, you'll note in the paper earlier there were fees and charges associated with planning performance agreements. They do have the ability to include the costs associated with paying legal charges, legal fees associated with these matters, and it's not unusual for planning performance agreements to do that. In fact, one of the first in the country to do such a thing was the Hinkley Point planning performance agreement, which did include legal charges associated with it. So it is something we could develop as part of that. My experience in working with developers, particularly in dealing with legal matters, they are happy to pay the fees provided they're using their solicitors to progress the works. I think it's something we would like to have that conversation with developers, and something that Chris and I, I'm sure, can take forward as part of how do we begin to have a more commercial approach to working with our developers, and how can we fast track some of those issues by them funding some of the legal agreements that are necessary. There are charges set out in fees and charges that enable us to do so, but the planning performance agreement enables us to kind of really consider what standard we want to work to as part of that.
Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Yeah, just very quickly going to say Section 106 agreements tend to pick up the legal charges on developers rather than PPAs, but the principle remains that we would recover those legal costs through those 106s.
Right, I don't see anybody else in the room at the moment indicating to speak, so I'll now take our online hands, starting with Councillor Mansell. Dave.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks. Yes, interesting debate. One quick comment on some of what I've been listening to with interest related to planning, and very much agreed with the comments made. In relation to locum interim staff that we have currently, and then the wish to have a team within the council, which I tend to agree with. The thing that I would just wish to draw attention to is that we do have some locum interim staff, including on the legal side for planning, who are very good and have served the council very well. And I do have some concern that we could lose quality, which we really need to retain. So please make these changes with great care, and possibly even consider whether we could be damaging ourselves with these changes if we don't get suitable replacements. So that was one thing I just wish to say. The main thing I wish to do was raise some concerns and some comments in relation to service impacts. I'm pleased that as the consultation has occurred, that it has led to changes. I will particularly highlight on highways maintenance and rights of way, where there were some very big concerns at proposals that were coming through, and so it's good to see that those have changed and teams are to be retained. There are still some losses, particularly in rights of way, and this is just a comment. My impression is that those services were overstretched and understaffed already. So the idea of cutting them back is hard to comprehend. So I still have concerns, but they're not quite as deep as they were at the original proposals. But we still need to tread with care there. There's now 4 specific areas that I would like to raise, please, where on service impacts, but perhaps take them in 2 chunks. I would suggest might be a good way of doing it. Now, one relates to page 101, And I'm not sure we all have the same page numbering. I'm using the full agenda version, which I have in mod.gov, and looking at adult commissioning and micro providers.
That's the right page, Dave. That is the right page.
Good, that's pleasing to hear. Thank you. So with the micro providers, it is something which I think do absolutely tremendous work in Somerset. It is said that the current administration burden, as it is put, will need to be outsourced. It did just make me wonder, well, a couple of things, but one is, why will outsourcing this burden be cheaper? How are we going to be outsourcing it and paying someone else to do it? And that is apparently going to save us money. I would kind of think having our own administration to effectively administer that would be better and should be lower cost. And if it is being outsourced, I wonder a bit how that might work. The area where I live, we do have a local network for micro providers, which has been mentioned at council before, Wivy Cares, who greatly help with their provision. But the council provides no support to that network, so they have to raise their own funding. Slightly fear that's what we're going to be doing throughout the county. And really, we should be providing funding to those networks. So that's one. My next one is page 110. And this is in relation to what is, I'm interested to note, called climate response and ecological emergency. I can't help but wonder why it's climate response. Previously, it's always been climate emergency, in line with the motions and so on we've all passed. There seems to be a downgrading in the heading there. That's possibly fairly minor, but I wonder. Now, my concern is here that we're looking to work with partners and focus, it says, in work-wise more internally, it appears. Now, from what I've seen of the restructure proposals, we're left with next to no staff on the climate side in particular. I don't think we've got enough staff to take this forward. The last I've seen, we were going down to one. I think possibly there may be another one, so it may be two at the corporate level, and this is just not enough. So I wish to flag that up and would be interested in comments on those, please.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So first and foremost, I'll turn to Chris first to make sure that Emily has time just to come online to address the point regarding the climate team.
Hi, Alan. I'm probably not the right person for the climate, but maybe for the micro providers, I can address that question.
My apologies through you, Chair. I think Emily must have misheard me. So we'll come to Paul Hickson. My apologies, to deal with the climate response team, and then I'll come to Emily to deal with the micro providers.
Mr. Hickson.
Thank you. So hearing Councillor Mansell's feedback there, he is correct to say that during the consultation we reflected on feedback and did adjust the capacity in the core climate team. So we as part of the midterm review of consultation, we made an amendment and built one post back into the structure. I think looking more broadly than that, we are very mindful of the fact that the structure kind of sustains our natural environment services, which are very relevant to the climate agenda. So our work on the local nature recovery strategy, biodiversity net gain, working with planning colleagues, obviously, and related matters, our capacity has been sustained in those areas. I think looking at the council's approach to the climate agenda ahead, I think our focus will be on working cross-council and corporately on the agenda. So decarbonisation, for instance, working with strategic assets colleagues and highways and infrastructure colleagues, not least, and so on, so that we embed and mainstream those agendas as fully as we can. And also working closely with our stakeholders and partners. So we're going to be looking at our kind of, it's a dry word, isn't it, but governance arrangements for the climate agenda, so that we can form a kind of new partnership linked to our emerging climate vision for that purpose.
Thank you. And if we could hear about the micro providers.
I think it's Emily Fulbrook that's online, Chair.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear myself?
Yes, thank you.
Fine.
Brilliant, lovely, thank you. Yes, so in terms of the micro providers, we do provide some level of administration support to them through our business support within our commissioning service. Reece Davis, who is one of our service managers, has worked with the micro provider network and has done for many, many years. And we're looking at a independent organisation. It wouldn't be a cost to the local authority. It would be a cost to the micro providers. It's a minimal cost in terms of for them. And there's a wealth of other support options that potentially the micro providers would be able to link into in terms of that network of support as well. So it's a reduction to the local authority, but the cost would be then to the micro provider.
Okay, Councillor Mansell, you had some more questions.
Yes, if I may. Okay, and I note what has been said, and I think if I've understood correctly on the micro providers, the suggestion is that a fee gets added to the cost charged to the people receiving the care. Okay, I hear what's being said there, and be interested to see how that works out. It wasn't clear though from the information in the report. I retain concerns on the climate, but I will move on to my other two question areas. So next one is on planning, page 119. And this is to do with planning enforcement. I'm sure others will be very concerned at the idea that only the very worst cases of breaching planning controls would be addressed. I think that will cause great problems for the council in terms of reputation and for the planning service and how it's perceived. So I really hope that we don't go down to that situation. Now, I have one question in that I personally was not clear. I looked very closely at the proposals to reduce staff. I couldn't see where there was actually a proposal to reduce the enforcement officers. So I am wondering what's going on. We've got a service reduction, but from what I understand, not an officer reduction. So what is going on here? Now, to mitigate it, there's a pressure bid put in, and possibly I should have asked this question earlier, but the sort of the detail is here. Can I sort of check what is the status of these growth bids that were with the budget earlier? Are these being built into the budget, or are these something extra that members are going to have to do? I'm not quite clear on their status. It seems very important that these pressure bids on planning are supported, but can I sort of ask that specifically in relation to planning enforcement? And then the fourth area, page 125, in relation to waste. Now, I will say this is a service area. I used to work there. I know it very well. So I do feel concerned here. And this was a service when the council started that was one team already. It was long ago brought together as a partnership serving the whole of Somerset, as I'm sure nearly everyone is aware. The staffing at that time was 23 when Somerset Council started. We're taking it down now to 13. It's much smaller, and as I say, as someone who knows that service, I do find it hard to understand how it will deliver effectively. And clearly, we're hearing concern about that in the service impact. I did find the service impact descriptions and so on a little bit difficult to follow, although I think I got there. There's a lot of concern, it appears, from the service impact assessment, page 161, that it will affect people with protected characteristics. They won't get the service that they should do, or there's a high risk of that. Now, what I also understood from reading through there is that there may be less effective working on what the waste needs are with planning again, and making sure waste collection points are at the right places in new housing, and that service rules may not be implemented, that there won't be the staff to do that. And I do feel concerned at how far we're cutting this, and that it could be a false economy. Because the risk is that we get less waste recycled and we have more waste going for disposal, which costs us more. So, and I'm sure there's many other examples, but this is one whereby we could be making a cut to save money, and the end result is we increase the costs, and we are taking the staffing down very low. So I wish to draw attention to that, and obviously interested in comments in those two areas. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Dave. So if I could just see any response to planning enforcement and the growth bit. So we've got Maria and Chris fighting over each other here. Who would like to go first? Maria.
So in terms of the growth proposals that are in front of you today, they are part of what the executive will be considering as to whether to include within the budget, and should they accept them at their meeting, then they will work their way into the full budget report, like with the previous savings proposals and the other savings proposals that are in this report, as part of the full council budget that will come forward. So it'll be down to the executive to make that first decision if they endorse, and then secondly, council determines what goes into the budget.
Mr. Hall, do you want to add anything on enforcement?
Yeah, just to clarify that in terms of the presentation in front of you today, the planning enforcement team would go down from the current 9 to 7. That's the proposal. And in terms of waste, yeah, fully accept that there are challenges within that service. There are also efficiencies. So previously, whilst it was operating as a partnership, it was also being cliented across the partner members. So there are additional activities that the Waste Partnership and the council would have been undertaking in terms of democratic process and transparency, that it won't have to do in the same way that it does now as an embedded service. So essentially, we'll need to link in the waste team much more efficiently into the operations of the council, rather than seeing it as a separate partnership function that it once was. So that will be our wider teams around enforcement and regulatory planning, all of those teams that now exist, and waste is sat within the regulatory and operational area within these proposals. So it's not without its challenges, but we feel that this is a deliverable model.
And Ms. Christofi.
I should have mentioned earlier on when I spoke, so the planning growth that's in the report that I presented earlier on the agenda has an enforcement aspect in it. So that £834,000 also includes, I think it's about 200,000 for enforcement, just off the top of my head.
Right, thank you, Dave, for your questions. Thank you. And we next have online Rosemary Woods. Councillor Woods.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question that, although linked into this, is very local. At the weekend, I'm very aware of the flooding problems in the south of the county, but we had flooding problems here at West Somerset, but we could not get through to the Somerset County Council site to see if any roads were closed, and we could not get through on Facebook either. And I wondered if Facebook is actually picking up on where there's a problem, because we definitely couldn't get through to Facebook, so I couldn't tell them what I knew. about the A39 being shut because of flooding, and I haven't been able to tell anybody else really that the A39 was closed due to flooding. But as the moment has passed and it's no longer flooded, it didn't seem worth bothering anybody. But West Somerset does feel neglected, and I still regret neglected when we cannot get any answers centrally. We've been told to use Somerset County's system, and that wasn't available, nor was Facebook. So the A39 was shut because of flooding, but nobody recognised that, as far as I can see.
Rosemary, thank you very much for that point. Obviously, it stands slightly to one side of this item, but can I ask officers please to take that away and please make sure that it is addressed with dispatch and a direct response back to Councillor Woods, copy to the rest of us as appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosie. And the next speaker is Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanting to pick on just one element that's not yet been mentioned. I think it's page 117, looking at service impacts for partnerships, localities and culture. There we are. There's one bullet point on there which talks about the potential negative impact to non-core library services, including literacy programs, etc., etc. I'm just wondering what exactly is the negative impact, because it says potential impact to those, but doesn't say how they'll be impacted. And there's a mention of literacy programs, and the first thing that comes to my mind is the summer reading challenge. So my question perhaps around that, is that something that's going to be stopped or not delivered? Because we know that's hugely important to young people, and I don't see any mitigation for that bullet point or the one after it. I don't think. That's one thing. And the second thing, I mean, I do recall Vice Chair at a previous meeting advocating for getting rid of LCNs, and I'm sure he'll probably agree that some of the costs saved from that could fund some of the services that we're talking about not delivering in the same way. And my question, is it the intention of this council to have further discussions with town and parish councils to pick up extra services or responsibilities that this council won't be able to afford to run in the same way? Where, you know, there's lots in here in this document, because my concern is, as we've seen with so far with asset and service devolution, towns and parish councils can continue to increase council tax as much as they wish to, and I just worry that that's obviously further cost shunting. It's a real risk, particularly with some towns and parish councils that are overly ambitious, because either way the cost will be felt in taxpayers' pocket by way of increased precept levels at town and parish level. And whilst I know the Vice Chair advocated for towns and parishes to take on more services, based on my experience in Bridgewater, I do not support that. So just some clarity around those few points, please.
Right, thank you, Councillor Rodriguez. Again, Mr. Hall and Mr. Jones are going to fight over this. Who'd like to go first? Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the main points that put in, and I think I'm going to hand over to Chris at this point, but I believe there are changes in terms of the nature of the development team within the library service, hence why this potential risk is being identified as part of the proposals that are in front of you today. But I'll defer to Chris to confirm whether I've got that completely wrong or not.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of libraries, it is a modest reduction. I forget the exact number. I'll have to look it up, I beg your pardon, but it's a modest reduction in terms of the development team, those aspects that drive forward services within libraries. It's not about the core functions. It's not about closing or reducing hours. All of that would require separate consultation. So this is a very modest reduction in terms of their overall FTE capacity. I think about 3.9, but I will happily double check. Just in terms of the response around the devolution, excuse me, I just want to be really clear that the devolution that we have undertaken has been by consent. So the towns and parishes largely are coming to us saying, we would like to take on responsibility for X service or X assets. There hasn't been as a result of a forced reduction, with the exception of CCTV. CCTV, you will recall from last year's budget discussions, this council put forward through officers a proposal to cease the CCTV service. And the city, town and parish councils responded by saying, please don't do that, we'll give you some money instead. And therefore we kept that service in place. But that's the only time where devolution has said, we will stop unless you pick it up. All other devolution arrangements to date have been around the request, the mutual request from towns and parishes. So I just want to be clear on that point, because when I hear cost shunting, I understand the emotion behind it. But at no point has Somerset Council said, you take this or we'll stop, with that one exception of CCTV.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Councillor Rodriguez, your hand is still up.
Yeah, just to come back then. So is it the case, therefore, that conversations aren't going to be had with towns and parish councils about any of the services that won't be delivered in the same way in the next financial year, opening the opportunity for them to take on extra services? Perhaps that's the best way to put it.
Chris?
Yeah, so there are no stop proposals within the MTFP proposals for this cycle. So therefore, there's nothing that we are going to towns and parishes and saying you ought to take this on because we will not do it. There are active conversations with them around a pipeline of potential devolutions. Again, towns and city parishes come forward saying we're interested in these things. We rightly have prioritised the devolution programme based upon the biggest bang for Somerset Council's buck. So we have focused on key areas where we have a package of devolution services and assets that make the biggest savings. So there's still a pipeline. There are lots of towns and parishes that are feeling that they're still waiting, because they are, but there is no active conversation with city, town or parishes that says, you take this or we are stopping.
Right, thank you very much. And Liz, cancellation.
Oh no, wretched thing. Does that work, Chair?
Well, I can hear you, cancellation.
I don't know whether it's working online. I've got two red lights.
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Chair, something that was raised yesterday at another meeting, and I just thought might be an idea, is where all the devolution has happened to parish, town, city councils. I wonder whether at the end of this financial year it would be helpful for this council to write to every parish council and just list all of the towns where those agreements are in place for asset and service devolution, so that every parish knows what has been agreed by this council, and then people will get an idea about the whole programme instead of seeing only their parish bit.
No, that sounds very sensible. And I'm sure if you are able to take that forward, that would be very useful.
Chair, I was rather hoping that the scrutiny committee might actually propose it.
Yeah, thank you. And the final speaker online is Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for indulging me. 2 or 3 quick points. The first one is looking at culture, and we also are still a national portfolio organisation. We're still planning to do the Octagon, and we're still putting a bid in. Can we actually, bearing in mind, and Councillor Wren, I think, encapsulated, my concerns beautifully, and he's not the only one who's found his hair going greyer when you got to the end of the paper. But can we still afford to do the Octagon and actually continue to be an Arts Council national portfolio holder, bearing in mind that culture is seen as something that's nice to do, and at the moment we're going to be really struggling to actually deliver the bare essentials, hypothetically? That's my first question. My second question is, and I think there's a real red light over planning here, and particularly the reduction in highways advice and perhaps other types of advice, an officer time. what is the risk that we could be increasing our exposure to the risk of judicial review because maybe something gets missed or doesn't get looked at, or a process isn't carried out correctly? And JRs are all about process, because were we to get hit with judicial reviews because of the decisions we are taking, and if we were to lose those, then any savings we'd made could be wiped out very quickly. And my third one is a bit of a parochial request. At the moment, the priority is being given to the large devolutions, but we have a very tiny request in Ilminster. We're a small town council. We actually would like to, and I think it's been agreed, that the toilets which we are paying for, which are owned by Tesco, that lease can be assigned. If it's not done by the 31st of March, those toilets will shut. If they do, you will have absolute outrage, because it will also clash with council tax bills arriving. So please, can I have an assurance that that will be expedited and will actually be successfully completed by the 31st of March, please? It's a very tiny request and it's not a very sexy one, but it is a very important one for Ilminster.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. I think probably your first point on arts provision and the Octagon and the last point on the specific of Ilminster probably lie out with of the discussion we're having now, but I'm sure again officers have taken due cognizance of what you are saying. Councillor Lation, you wanted to respond, however.
Chair, if I may, last week the Chief Executive of Arts Council England was in Taunton. My colleague, Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, was one of the people in that meeting. He was highly complimentary, so I'm putting words into his mouth at this point, but reported by Federica that he was complimentary about the work that had been done in Somerset after about 10 years of quite difficult relationship on the arts, and I think it was a wholly positive meeting. The NPOs are extending into a fourth year because of lots of issues in the Arts Council and in the kind of general economy. And one of the things that the executive put forward to officers is that we wanted to support that fourth year of the NPO, and we wanted it to spread across wider Somerset, because you'll know that it originated in South Somerset. So a wider Somerset offering. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The workforce restructuring point, though, I think Councillor Osborne about planning and highways advice, again, particularly, is well made and wholly relevant. Mr. Jones.
If the mic works, Chair. Excellent. So as Chris has covered off previously in terms of the planning advice, we've been clear about the risks and issues that have come through as a result of the restructuring proposals, and the services set those out. In addition, we have that pressure in order to address the concerns within the planning team and ensure that there is effectively an investment of resource in order to address those concerns. And Chris has set that out. In addition, there is the Planning Stability Board that considers how that.
I've lost you, Alan. I can't hear you.
I'm afraid that the microphones are flagging almost as much as the councillors are.
My apologies, Chair. So in essence, Chris has covered the response in terms of the use of this Planning Stability Board to oversee the development and safe landing of the service. There is a proposal to invest a sum of 834k into the service, which, if agreed, would help to mitigate some of the impacts that are being presented. And I think the issue is particularly understood in terms of the issues and concerns. It's helpful to have that feedback from Scrutiny today on those particular areas of concern, and we particularly noted the issues around planning and some of the place-based services. I think I just wanted to set it in context, however, of the original decision that was taken by council, informed by the debate at executive, which is around instructing officers to review how we could, in essence, come up with a revised structure for the organisation that saved somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 million pounds. We've landed on a structure that's come with around 34 million. So we're about just at the lower end of that range. But we have kind of come up with those proposals, and hence the mitigations and the issues that have been put forward as part of this process. So I wanted to use the opportunity just to kind of sum up, but on the back of Councillor Woods' point around the reductions in planning, that we've done our best to identify what they are and responded to those wherever possible, as have the executive, and they as part of the consideration of the issues that have come forward.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else asking to speak on this item.
So we have my hand up.
Who has?
Me.
Well, it's not obvious on the screen, is it? Right. I'm sorry, Sue. I can't see you on the screen, but if you have, please fire away.
Yeah, I was just going to come back on the question of being an arts national portfolio Arts Council organisation, and whilst I welcome the very positive comments from Arts England, it does come at a price. And I think the question has to be, in the light of our current situation, can we actually afford to continue with that status? Yes or no?
Thank you. So being an MPO comes with separate external funding. So that money is coming from Arts Council, and it is providing the necessary costs for those associated officers. So therefore, the MPO has a financial value to us, and we spend that on the resources to deliver.
Thank you. And will that be continuing? Yes or no?
That continues for as long as the external funding continues.
Right. Thank you. I shall leave it at.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, recommendations are on page 80. 80 of the main report. You can see, firstly, that the Corporate Resources Scrutiny Committee, we have considered the latest organisational structure proposals, and we have offered feedback, which I'm sure has been noted now. In relation to the second paragraph, where the proposed changes will impact on existing approved service standards, Executive will be asked to delegate authority to the relevant service director to revise the service standards and also complete a review of any impacted plans and policies before the end of May. And I would like to highlight those areas that I think we have particularly referenced at this meeting. So that is planning and enforcement, and particular concern over highways advice, legal services, climate, and waste. So those are some of the key areas that I think members have particularly referenced today as being items of concern. So I think that is the appropriate point at which we can add them into the consideration. Okay, everyone happy with that? The third item is that, and this is really important, the Corporate Resources Committee recommend a post-implementation review of workforce reorganisation in autumn 2025 to reflect on impacts, mitigations and learning. So we need to see a review, of which I take it we will be a key part of how it's been going within 4 to 6 months. Okay, so that is very important. And the last thing, and picking up Councillor Lation's elegantly made suggestion, we think it would be helpful to have communication with all towns and parishes so that they're completely aware of service devolution arrangements that have been agreed to date. And I suggest that an appropriate moment might be in May.
Chair, could I just add asset and service, please?
Yeah. Mr. Locke. Well, that may arise during the course of. So is everybody happy with those recommendations? Which I will move from the chair. Seconded by the vice chair. Mr. Jones.
Chair, my apologies for being slightly impertinent, but just wanted to reference the fact that it will take a degree of time to be able to embed the structures and kind of consider the impacts that are coming forward. We will, of course, keep Scrutiny engaged throughout that process, but I would suggest at the end of Q2 would be a point where we can meaningfully report on the impacts and issues. But of course, that's for committee's agreement, but as our officer recommendation would be after that 6-month period, we would then report on the impacts and the issues in the review.
Well, at the moment, the recommendation is for autumn 25. So that gives you from September to November or thereabouts. Okay. Right. May I see all in favour? NEMCON, thank you all very much. Now then, I just need to have a quiet word here with Mr. Wooldridge. Right, ladies and gentlemen, first question is, do you want to plough straight on or do you want to stop to get another cup of coffee? Well, indeed, but the remaining items have probably got about an hour. Do you want to have a quick pause, a lunch pause, or what? Right, can we have a 20-minute break? Yes. Right, let's go for 20 minutes. So we'll reconvene at 2:20, at which point I think we will have to pass the motion to continue past our 4 hours. So we will reconvene at 20 minutes past 2 on the dot. I think we're all here, ladies and gentlemen, so we will make a start. And now, do we need to move a motion to extend the length of the meeting? Right, so from the chair, I will extend, move a motion that we extend the meeting. Thank you. Everybody happy with that? Great. If the leader of council is online, yes. Councillor Evans, thank you very much for being with us. I know you have to be gone by 2:30, but I think it would be very helpful for all of us if you could just set the scene for this item, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak. As colleagues will be aware, we've had an interesting journey as the previous government and the current government have been working on their devolution possibilities and permutations and combinations. We had all sorts of rumours through the autumn, and then on the 16th of December, councils were invited to put forward submissions for what they would like to see as regional devolution. Just to stress, this is devolution from government to the regions of the country. This is not a handing over of our responsibilities upwards. So there may be a few areas where we might want to pool our resources. We were given that opportunity on the 16th of December with a deadline of the 10th of January, and more observant of you will notice that the Christmas holiday period is in the middle of that, which makes going through the democratic process particularly difficult when you don't have scheduled meetings. So I would ask the members accept my apologies that we weren't able to do the scrutiny process during that period. In the spirit of Blue Peter, here was one we prepared earlier. We've been speaking with Wiltshire, Dorset, and BCP councils, and also Swindon and North Somerset. We're also in the conversations at times around a deal based around what we're calling Wessex, and the upshot is that the 4 councils of BCP, Dorset, Somerset and Wiltshire have expressed an initial submission of interest in forming a combined strategic authority on our geographic footprint. And we wait with trepidation to hear whether the government will include us on the priority programme, which I've been told was due to be announced last week, and then this week, and now I'm being told Monday. So we just can't stand the excitement. So I'm sure colleagues will want to learn more, and I believe I'm handing over to Paul Hickson in the room to be able to present the paper. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Leader of Council. Mr. Hickson.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's very helpful to have the leader set the context. Equally, there's always the risk of have some of your lines stolen, isn't there, as well? So I'm sure I can just reflect on that. Just a little bit to say, picking up on the last point, there is a government announcement about devolution priority programme due at some point. It's a complication for us in some ways, in as much as that Scrutiny is being asked to consider recommendations going to the executive next week, and indeed executive is looking to make recommendations to full council or to consider making them including about the notion of Somerset as part of the Wessex grouping that the leader described, being part of the government priority programme, which of course may be announced during that sequence. So just playing that out, we're dealing with quite a lot of uncertainty, as we often are here, but I just thought it was helpful setting that scene. Just to say by way of background as well, a couple of things just perhaps to give the committee a greater understanding of the subject area. So the new government has picked up the mantle from the previous one in terms of devolution, so this isn't a new agenda as such, but the government has made statements about accelerating, widening, and I suppose standardising the approach to devolution, including a preferred model, and there being a standard framework for devolution as well. So its preferred model is one of a mayoral strategic authority covering more than one primary authority's area, and they're looking at a geography in the order of 1.5 million or above as the units for devolution and for those mayoral strategic authorities. So that provides a little bit of the context to why a grouping such as the Wessex one kind of meets those expectations of government. Just a little bit to say as well about what government is offering in terms of that mayoral strategic authority and the settlement for devolution. So other alternatives offer a very meagre devolution opportunity. For mayoral strategic authorities, the government will commit to a long-term investment fund for that authority. It'll also look to other local growth and regeneration funds being devolved and channeled through that strategic authority over time as well, covering policy areas such as skills, transport, growth and regeneration. As strategic authorities mature, it will also look to providing them with precepting powers and the ability to borrow. So they are considered, and that those options are not visible for other devolution alternatives. So they are considerably incentivising the model of a mayoral strategic authority. It's referred to as the mayoral premium in all the kind of literature coverage of the topic. So that is a little bit why this is the kind of the default model for the future, effectively. Finally, just a little bit to say about Somerset's position. We've talked about in the paper and in the leader's introduction, good work with our kind of regional partners under the Wessex grouping. In terms of alternative options for Somerset, the option of going alone isn't really available to us because of scale and because of the government's stated position that other than at a meagre level, they won't deal single authority settlements for devolution. And within the southwest region, both to our north and to our south, our kind of options aren't there for us. So the West of England Combined Authority, the focus there is on, I suppose, the missing tooth in the smile of North Somerset Council, possibly looking north as well. And to our south and southwest, the considerations are whether devolution is a Devon and Cornwall joined approach, whether the Devon and Torbay County Combined Authority is the kind of building block from which a wider devolution settlement arises. So as well as the kind of the good work, there's a pragmatism and realism about the fact that our kind of compliant option is working in the geography that we're talking about. I just thought it was helpful to provide that context, both in terms of the offer effectively and of the kind of alternatives for us and why we prioritise working with the Wessex grouping. Well, that was helpful just to give us background, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Just thinking about that last point that you've been referencing, presumably Baines, as part of WECA, has to stay within the West of England Combined Authority, rather than possibly considering its options and feeling that it might be better in the proposal that we're looking at.
I think that's correct. Going back to the point about population thresholds, WECA, as it currently stands, it actually doesn't meet the thresholds. It needs to grow rather than contract.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Paul. I just wanted some clarity on how this mayoral role and the team that we'll need to support will be financed. Is it going to require anything from Somerset Council, Wiltshire to support that role financially? Or are the government supporting the costs of setting up this new layer?
Government has indicated that in the first 3 years of the new MSA, Mayoral Strategic Authority, it will provide capacity funding to meet its costs, rather than those being a burden on existing authorities. So, in answer to your question, no, it wouldn't be a burden on this council.
And what would be the imagined team sitting under that mayor then? I mean, how does the workforce look like for that role?
The honest answer is that's work to come. So over the period of time between now and the standing up of new strategic authorities, the government will work with councils in areas in its priority programme to look at the business plan for the new authority. So that's work to come effectively, should, in our case, we be part of the priority programme.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
That's Lucy.
Yeah, I was calling you first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a real problem with this. Let's look around us, and we have Devon combining with Torbay, making up a principal authority. Have Bristol, Bath, South Gloucester, and I can't remember whoever else is in the west of England. We have a situation where North Somerset can't make its mind up who he's going to join, and we're left in a rump with Dorset and Wiltshire and us. I personally, living on the Dorset-Wiltshire border, understand between the counties. They have fairly different outlooks and a very different population with about how much money is in. I mean, Dorset's very rich. Wiltshire is more similar to us, but it has very rich cities in it. And I feel that the local democratic councillors are being removed from the decision making, in particular development. In my little part of Somerset, I now have full employment. I now have a situation where I have a food manufacturing company. I have a vet wholesale, which is increasing its employment by 10%. I have a tire renewal company, which is increasing its thing, and I have the Newt, which employs 500 summer and 650 people. Sorry, other way around. 550 in the winter and 650 in the summer. And I really don't need some elected mayor telling me how to run my economic development in my local community. And I find the whole idea, having been involved in the police authority and watched the fact that we cannot get hold of police locally now because we have one person who is interested in Bath and Bristol and not in Somerset. And the same thing will end up happening because they'll favour whichever way they come from. Thank you.
There's lots of good points there to reflect on. I think, firstly, to say that if you move away from the kind of the big cities and the conurbations, economic geography gets really complicated and it looks in many different ways. So, you know, without being negative, there's never going to be a perfect answer for how shire areas like our own neighbour and partner with other areas. So it's a complexity that we have to work with. To do that, part of the kind of expectations of local authorities and the new strategic authority would be to work together to create a growth plan for their area. And I think that would deal with the kind of opportunities across the area that are nationally important that need to be brought to the attention of government. So there might be different emphases in one part of that regional patch than the other, and it's the job of that partnership effectively to bring the richness of that out. I think that's the second point. I think thirdly, there isn't, as I read it, an expectation that councils would cede all their, whether it's economic development or planning or infrastructure responsibilities, to the strategic authority. There will be big picture matters which the strategic authority would have a significant role in, but many of the delivery functions and the more local issues, and I think you've alluded to some in your division there, still remain the council's primary leadership role on. So it's not about a wholesale transfer of responsibilities. It's a combined approach effectively. And I suppose finally and pragmatically maybe, if we read the runes, you've anticipated my point there, there is that clear direction that the strategic funding for infrastructure and for growth will often sit with the strategic authority in this model. So if we're not in the game, we're not going to get the resources. So it's about the realism of that too.
So essentially, we have to focus on it being the devolution of services and functions from Whitehall rather than the assumption of services from the existing authorities. Okay, thank you. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions over this because obviously as a scrutiny committee, we're going to be overseeing this, but this actually isn't anything, they won't be taking any of the duties of council. We will operate completely separately. Will we be working with the other scrutinies on the other councils who are also coming into this, or do we work on our own on the idea? I don't really understand, I suppose, how it fits in, and I think that, I mean, I probably don't see at this point a reason for this extra layer of bureaucracy. I don't see where the money's coming. We don't have enough money for our own council, and yet the government is now going to, it would seem, devolve some of their responsibilities to a mayoralty in this whole area. I was a candidate in Freeman East Somerset. I heard on the doorstep from people who were in Midsummer Norton, Radstock, Peasdown, St John, that they felt that all of the money went into Bath and Bristol, and that they never saw any of the benefits. They had their bus services cut to the benefit of the buses in Bath and Bristol. I can just see the same kinds of things happening here for us, you know, as Somerset not being, well, much of Somerset being right on the edge of it, on the periphery of it, much of the central area drawing in, like Henry says about, you know, you've got Salisbury, you've got Bournemouth and Christchurch and Poole that are in, am I right? It's all three that are looking to come in. Well, they are the big sort of, you know, tourist areas and things. And so I'm just wondering how we would end up fitting in. But that, I suppose, is something that has to be ironed out. I will say now, I don't feel in favour of it now, but I wait to see if things come along where I think, wow, this is going to be incredible for us. I don't see it at the moment. I see it coming at a very bad time for us as well, in terms of we're still trying to pick up the pieces from bringing 5 councils into one. So we're still trying to work through that at the moment. And now we're going to bring this in. It just seems to be too much. But in terms of the scrutiny, if how much of this is going to come to us, or is it just the odd bit of decision making, or are we quite intrinsic in the implementation?
I think see this as first stage in a journey, first of all. So I talked about the business plan for the new authority, if we're in that priority programme being worked on over the coming year. I think logically there would be touch points for the council during that process, both in terms of executive decision making and clearly with scrutiny giving advice to the executive in advance of that. So I don't consider this as an end point. This is a beginning, and we'll need to make sure that there are those touch points if we are in that programme and the process is progressing. That's one point. Just turning to your kind of earlier observations about scrutiny involvement and the council or the local areas involvement. The strategic authority, if we look at examples elsewhere in the country and the kind of initial guidance from government about its shape as well, will be the directly elected mayor and also the leaders of all those authorities that you've described working together and making decisions when appropriate and they need to. So it isn't the mayor on their own, it's the mayor working with those leaders. Scrutiny of the strategic authority is an interesting point. I will look backwards in terms of the arrangements during the era of local enterprise partnerships, which we're dealing with this kind of regional growth agenda as well, effectively. There was a joint scrutiny committee comprised, obviously Somerset was part of what was called the Heart of the Southwest LEP. There was a joint scrutiny committee comprised of representatives of all the authorities in that geography who, as the name would suggest, scrutinised the work of the LEP board in that kind of era. So logically, perhaps there's a model that kind of transposes into this kind of era.
So another question I would ask then, from what I know of mayoralties, and I don't know a great deal about them because we don't have one here, but they would generally have been the driving forces behind schemes like Gravity and Hinkley Point. Where does that leave those if before those are fully implemented and running, the council has been running this. Obviously, it was originally Sedgemoor Council, then it's Somerset Council. Now it's all Somerset Council. Does that get taken over? How does that work? You know, so the things that we do have here, how do we keep them as a council asset? Or I know they're not ours. I know that, but it's something that we keep on working on, or do we hand those over because there's a new body in town?
Obviously, the details got to shape up, but looking at the kind of examples you've talked about there, and thinking of the Wessex Authority as the strategic authority and the council as the delivery authority, Gravity an enterprise zone, council is the kind of the lead body on behalf of government for the enterprise zone mechanism. The proceeds that come out of growth on an enterprise zone are channeled through the council, and the model expects the council to look at reinvestment of those in the kind of the delivery of the enterprise zone. So I wouldn't anticipate our kind of primacy in that example changing as a result of that, because it's an established mechanism.
Thank you. Peter Sieb, Councillor Sieb.
Thank you. I think this is an odd one. This is one of those where governments come up with an idea which looks reasonable on the face of it, about aggregating the problem up. But when you look at the detail, it's going to look rather odd, particularly with an elected mayor. I think the fundamental difference between an elected mayor and it being run bottom up by three authorities is the mandate that the mayor will be probably influenced by the fact that we only have a certain number of larger settlements. Turnout tends to be reasonable in larger settlements. We've got an awful lot of rural hinterland. It's going to be a very odd election in terms of outcome, odder than even our own ones. And when you relate that to the things the mayor's going to be standing on, which are big ticket national level projects and the local issues for those, it's probably going to be very, very divisive as well. So, I mean, we have a long history. I remember when Mr. Hickson was teaching me back in 2009, 2008 probably, about the importance of the travel time to London in economic growth. We were absolutely focused on the dualling of the 303, particularly around Wiltshire and Stonehenge, which has gone in a very interesting direction because the locals absolutely don't want to do anything about the problem. It's in their patch. The beneficiaries are not in their patch. So that's a fundamental problem which would be a strain here because it sits en route on the edge of Wiltshire. The whole authority area would benefit, but there are interests against it. Similarly, connectivity north-south, I think that would be quite a strong alignment. We also want to have connection to the coast and connection from the ports and connections up to Bristol. So I think from that point of view, there'd be an enormous amount of common interest that would probably drive that through the agenda. You look at the deprivation, and the deprivation scattered around in little pockets all over the whole of the area. So it's probably best left with the local council rather than dealt with through mayoral issues. So any regeneration issues are going to be very much a council coming up with a project and seeing if it can get some backing. So I just think this is just tensions all over. And there is one, I mean, I would support it for the rail. If we could get the rail sorted, and this is the way to do it, I think it's quite clear that it would be worth it for that. But I just think the whole thing looks like it's going to be a bit of a melting pot of emotions, shall we say. Okay.
Thank you. Nothing you want to comment on? No? Thank you. Noted, Councillor Seed. Thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also slightly sceptical in the sense of absolutely sorry. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Yeah, likewise, somewhat sceptical. Having seen how well Wecker has worked in the relationship between the councils and the mayor, there are potential difficulties. I hear the reassurance we've had that this is all about devolving stuff down rather than taking it up. But looking on the sort of page one, the role that might be held in, say, housing and planning, call-in powers on strategic infrastructure, mayoral community infrastructure levy, which is another sort of financing that wouldn't be coming to the local authorities at the moment. So depending on how interventionist your elected mayor wants to be, it could create an awful lot of tensions between the different tiers. It seems to me at the moment we're being offered you either basically you go with this model or you don't get the money. So I think we have to go down the route of looking at this, but as critically as we can be, because I think we've got to watch the tensions that Councillor Sieb has raised as well, that I think could come out of this. And again, on that page slightly further down, it then talks about aligning geographies relating to police and fire. Well, that's going to be interesting with Avon and Somerset Police and Devon and Somerset Fire, where we draw those lines with Wiltshire and Dorset. So I think there are an awful lot of complexities here. The Merrill model may well work in dense urban areas, but the sort of size of patch that we're talking here with the diversity of communities just seems a very strange model to go down of pushing us down this Merrill route.
Yeah, please.
Councillor Filmer is right to recognise that there is a clear direction in the white paper of the model. I talked about that at the outset of the item. I think it'd be interesting to compare maybe places. So in the southwest, we only have one established or semi-established combined authority in the west of England, which has had its challenges. If we looked at, I suppose the blueprint is often described as the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. It's the collaboration there is more long-standing, and if you look at the way that's been developed in terms of the roles of the Combined Authority, it's probably been a 10-year and more journey with various stages on the way. So the competency of the authority and its kind of ability to take on and trust from government to take on additional responsibilities has been stage by stage. And I think we would see that in the case here, in as much as that on day one, a Wessex Strategic Authority wouldn't have all the responsibilities that we've talked about. It would have the investment fund and certain more basic things devolved to it, but it would have to prove its track record, show that it has the competency to deliver those, and gain the authority to have those additional responsibilities, be they still related, or as I said, precepting or borrowing, or indeed additional delegations of funds from government. So natural that we think about things. This is a big change, but I think also if we see it as a progressive one, that's probably that longer term journey, not just in terms of standing up an entity, as I described to Councillor Trimnell's question, but also in terms of its journey after it has been established. Perhaps that's a little bit behind addressing those concerns and the comparisons between the two, because WECA hasn't had that kind of long, assured timescales to build from.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Will Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I don't look it, but I go back quite a long way, and I can remember something called the Southwest Regional Assembly and the Southwest Regional Development Agency, and I do wonder be interested on Mr. Hickson's view on what the difference is between the two. I spent too many hours than I care to remember on the Southwest Regional Assembly's transport group, talking about improving transport links, swarms, Southwest area, multimodal partnership, or multimodal study, which, as Councillor Sieb has pointed out, promoted the dualling of the A303. And we all know how far that's gone because of the amounts of money. I mean, when I first got involved in Stonehenge, Highways Agency were talking about 600 million. We knocked them down to 200, and it's now over 3 billion if you want to fill in the gap. And it was always felt that ministers would never come up with the money unless you were able to complete the job. So, I mean, I think there's a tension there, because anything that's significant in terms of transport infrastructure will have to come from central government, because I don't think we'd be able to raise the money. But looking at the list on whatever page 191 and what the mayor is going to do, I do really worry about this strategic direction. It's been alluded to before about the ambition of the mayor, about being able to do things so he can go off to the Council of Nations and Regions and say how wonderful he's doing. When in actual fact, most of the delivery is going to come down to bodies like our own. And as we've heard this morning, we are on our uppers, absolutely financially on our uppers. And you know, if the mayor is directing us, just to take an example, on the delivery and monitoring of local nature recovery strategies, are we going to be in a position to do that? Transport, funding and new powers relating to the bus, are we actually going to be in a position to take a full part in this? And I'm not saying we don't jump on the boat, because if we don't jump on the boat now, we'll miss out. But if we are on the boat, we need to be an effective crew member. Otherwise, there will be problems and there'll be tensions, and the effort will go to those authorities. And as been pointed out, they're the ones with greater populations, I suspect, which are able to participate and contribute more. And so there is a danger that unless we can get our financial stability sorted out and and really focus on being able to contribute to this significantly, it may not be such a great thing. And of course, we've got, when's the next election? And of course, a new government may turn the whole thing over anyway. But 'twas ever thus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wren. I'll carry on, if I may, to Peter Sieb again.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Yes, I was just going to make the point that, as we well know, there is no money, and that applies to the governments as well, because they've already taken a decision that they will not raise taxes on working people, and that's their intent. So if they're headed down this route, that money must be coming from somewhere else, or they're intending to use it as a way of transferring the cost from themselves to the mayoral authority. And it does sound as though this there is a possibility of still being used to slow down growth in development and housing, but fund some stuff. And the concern I would have is that if you look at community infrastructure levy and where that is worthy, it tends to be around the growth in housing, which is an area it's already covered through the local authority. And is it really realistic to be looking at that as a funding source? It will lead to house price inflation and slow down in the market. It's just, yeah, I have some skepticism. I believe there are some areas where there is a huge commonality, so I'll support it, but I am a bit sceptical as to whether this will come around to
I think that's widely shared, Councillor C. Councillor Smedley.
Just wanted to add a word against the geography of this, really. I think we're the architects of our own dilemma in this by creating this rather over big council as it already is. And in the run up to creating this council was a proposal to split it kind of east-west as well, which reflects the economic divisions of the county, because of the M5 corridor, as alluded to by Councillor Filmer earlier, the 303 corridor, which I guess, and I don't know it, is part of this porous mix with Dorset and Wiltshire. And any mayor that comes from any part of any of this massive region, I can guarantee won't know much about much of the other regions involved in this. And I won't know a mayor from Salisbury or Chippenham or where's in Dorset, Weymouth, that might say have anything to do with Bridgewater, for instance. And if you look at maps of old Wessex from Thomas Hardy's day, Bridgewater at the far end of a swamp and nobody cared.
I won't say nothing's changed, Councillor Smith. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you for allowing me to ask another question. So also in the paper is something that caught my eye. Now, obviously it says 29-26, but that's, I know it's 2026. I wish it was longer because, again, that's next year. There will be electing this mayor. That's an additional cost to the council for running the election on top of, no, who pays for that? So the government will pay for that, but we will have to staff it and run it. I don't know, it's so rushed. It's such a short space of time to establish something enormous. I don't know, but I've got a feeling more time was taken over the unitarisation of this council than is being taken over this idea. I just don't see how it can be done so quickly, but that's just my comment. I just feel it's going another thing that's going to be rushed, bodged, because it has to be.
I don't disagree. It's a very, very ambitious stroke scary time scale. On the specifics of the point you made around the costs, I understand totally that as well. I talked about capacity funding for the strategic authority once it's set up. Government has also said that it will provide funding for the local authorities who are in the devolution priority programme to support their costs, assisting with the consultation and beyond in terms of the planning of the new strategic authority. I have to say, in candour in terms of your point, they haven't said how much and they haven't given us clarity about whether that's absolutely covering the costs, but there is that kind of point in place. I suppose to look at things in a balanced way, the government has said that it will put a number of areas on the priority programme. There is limited capacity within the government departments to support the whole process. So there is the kind of the risk, I suppose you could describe it as, that in this Parliament you will see just that priority programme taken forward, and the funding incentivisation that we've also talked about will solely go to those areas. There might not be a second opportunity to be part of the kind of the devolution groupings of areas. So if we are in that priority programme, there is that challenge and risk around the timescale. If we're not, there's also a timescale risk as well, ironically. So yeah, I'm not giving you clarity. I'm just kind of research, going through the uncertainties that effectively are attached with this.
One more thing, I'll be really quick, but why, because I didn't know anything about this until very recently when it was spoken about. Why are we a priority?
We are.
The government has asked all authorities, all areas, whether they want to be part of the priority programme. Announcements about that will be made. It could be in a matter of days, so we're waiting to hear effectively.
And Councillor Wren, you wanted to come back with
apologies. So just as a quick aside, the use of the word ambitious is quite interesting. I went on holiday to Croatia once, and reading a guide, it told me that you will find that Croatian drivers are quite ambitious. So I think you need to treat the word with significant caution. My simple question is, will the mayor have precepting powers? Because we haven't got it for the Somerset Rivers Authority, but will the mayor be able to raise money independently on a council tax type levy?
Not at day one. That there is an indication that in due course, subject to kind of assurance checks about how the strategic authority is functioning, for precepting powers to be awarded to it in the future, but that's kind of for the longer term.
I seem to recall that Sir Humphrey telling Jim Hacker that something was ambitious was a red light, almost as much as very brave minister was another one. Right, I don't see anybody else in the room. There are a couple of people online. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. So just my view on this really, I kind of think if it's being done to us, then I'd argue we're probably better off being proactive and engaging rather than being dragged along kind of kicking and screaming and maybe losing out on opportunities for Somerset. However, the devil, as we know, will always be in the detail. I will say that I was disappointed that members weren't given any say, not even by way of a member briefing before any and the expression of interest was actually put forward. I think that there are some good examples and not so good examples of combined authority mayors. We just looked to the north, Ben Houchin, who's managed to work collaboratively with authorities within that Tees Valley area to spur economic growth. Neighbouring authorities very jealous of what they've been able to achieve over there. So it can be good to the local area. However, what I am really concerned about is the ability of Somerset Council to make this work at the pace that is required, particularly thinking about the recent organisation that we've had, the way that's played out, the current pressures, focus on transformation, reduced workforce, etc. I'm just not entirely confident that we've got the resource and ability to focus on this the way we need to without affecting kind of the focus we're giving on current services. Now, in the paper, it's been mentioned, and the officer Paul did raise it as well, that capacity and resource has been identified as a risk, but I still remain unconvinced that we have the right level of capacity and resource to focus on it without negatively affecting current services. But as I say, they will be in the detail because they'll tell us how much money they'll throw at us, I guess, if we go down that route. My one ask, and it's really a plea that we, and I think we really need to do this, can we please have a member briefing on this, because there are probably so many questions from all councillors, which I think could be addressed through that briefing, particularly if next Monday they give it the go-ahead, because it will be on top of local news, residents will be asking questions, and obviously as elected members, we need to be kind of prepared to explain and provide the answers. So if it goes ahead on Monday, please, can we have a member briefing?
Thank you, Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor Lation.
On behalf of Bill Revens, leader of councillors, he's had to move on to another meeting. I just Is it working now? Try this one.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. I just want to make the point that Councillor Revens has spent a great deal of time on this. This is a first step. If the government decides that Heart of Wessex is a priority for the regional devolution, nobody is going to be holding his hand on Monday while he signs anything. This is a first step. We've already heard that there would be resources from government to set this up. The things that I have heard that really matter is that governance is set up first before an election. So I take the point that it's a very short timescale, but that is really important, that those resources are drawn down from government so that the governance could be properly in place. And then I've heard that the next really important thing that matters is that the elected mayor has a good working relationship with the leaders of all the councils. And I think, without naming any particular combined authorities, I think that's where there have been real weaknesses, is where there's been a mayor who has worked in isolation from the councils and from the council leaders. So I think that we have a really important role to play in this as Somerset Council, drawing down those resources, ensuring the governance is set up early, and making sure that the council leaders, and from what I'm seeing, they're very strong characters, that they're actually in there ensuring that they are part of that governance, and that it is not simply left to a mayor to decide how that should be run across the council. And I just want to make the point that we all know that with the big projects, big economic development projects in Somerset, that Somerset is really important to an area like Heart of Wessex. It's really easy to think that Somerset will be a small player because we're not a big city area, but just have a look at what is happening across all of Somerset. And then I remember I went to the launch of the Great Southwest, and there were a mass of Devon council leaders in the room, masses of them, and just me from Somerset because I was representing Bill that day. And Bill said to me, my only job that day was to make sure they knew Somerset was in the room. So when they talked about all of the big economic development projects in the Great Southwest, they talked about the space project in Cornwall, then Hinkley Point, then Gravity, and then Leonardo. So I just pointed out to them that 3 of the 4 were in Somerset. I wasn't terribly popular that day, but it is really important that we keep that at the forefront of how important Somerset is and would be in a region like Heart of Wessex. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you for that. And I have to say, Councillor Rodriguez stole a little bit of my thunder because I too was going to say that I think it is fundamentally important we have an all-member briefing so everybody has an equal opportunity to get up to speed on this, because members have been, or it does feel members have been shut out so far. I share the concerns that others have expressed, particularly the red light over potentially taking SIL, which would rob existing local authorities of funding, and the possibility of being able to preset on top of council tax and on top of town and parish councils, and possibly for what. If you look further on at the final structure, you'll also see they're setting up a mayoral council and a council of the regions. Will these actually do something, or will they be rather expensive talking shops? I'm also curious because I didn't pick it up in the paper, and I may well have missed it in some of the more lengthier preamble, but why did we not look towards Wecker? What was the reason for us perhaps not going towards Wecker, but coming towards what will be a very large geographical area, and as others have pointed out, dominated by some very large and strong conurbations? And if Swindon comes in, that will urbanise it even further. I'm also concerned that there is a real risk of an even bigger democratic deficit than what we have now, and that rural areas will get totally missed out, and we'll be lucky if we even get a few crumbs from the Richmond's table. And finally, the success or failure of these seems to depend on the mayors. I can think of 3 mayors that have made it a success, and that was Andy Street, Ben Hutchin, and Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester. But he does have an advantage that Greater Manchester has been a Labour fiefdom, with a few exceptions, for many, many generations. And I think that probably helps enormously. We do not have the luxury of that down here. We're likely to see perhaps political tensions, which Andy doesn't have to deal with.
Mr. Hickson.
Would it be helpful if I just touched on the point about Wecker again? So, and I talked at the outset around, you know, our economic geography being complex. So Somerset looks to the north, to the south, to the east, and within, obviously, as well. So there's no perfect answer in terms of economic geography solutions. The reality is that with the West of England Combined Authority, the door isn't really open for Somerset. The main discussion is about whether North Somerset joins the West of England Combined Authority. That itself isn't resolved yet, so there's uncertainty there. And North Somerset, I think, find that a very complicated situation, because there is due to be a mayoral election in the Wecker area in May. There is this jeopardy, effectively, of North Somerset residents being part of a geography without having been involved in the kind of election of the mayor. So there are issues about resolving that are complicated too. So there is more than enough going on in the West of England area to resolve, and you know, the options for us to join really aren't available.
Thank you.
So can I just come back, Paul? Can you just clarify what the reasons are more explicitly as to why that option was closed off, if at all? What were the key reasons? There must have been more than just complications over mayoral elections.
Bill, do you want to comment on that, Councillor Evans?
Yeah, very happy to. I had numerous conversations with both with the leader of North Somerset and the other leaders in the Wecker Authority. It has become very apparent that North Somerset has been trying to join Wecker for some considerable time and have been. Pardon, Councillor Osborne?
Sorry, Bill, they also, many years ago, when they had the opportunity to join initially, I think it was Nigel Ashton was in the driving seat, and they actually declined the opportunity. Clearly, subsequently, have now had second thoughts.
Indeed, I'm sure you're aware that the administration has changed at North Somerset. They have been trying to join for some considerable time and been rebuffed. If North Somerset aren't welcome, it was never a feeling that we would be. And with the approach and the initial conversations were with Spencer Flower and when he was the leader at Dorset, and with Richard Cluer, the leader of Wiltshire. And can I take this opportunity to assure you, Councillor Osborne, that none of us wear rosettes when we meet. There are no political tensions. All we care about is the prosperity and success of our areas and making sure that we get a fair deal for the West Country.
Thank you. And thank you for your timely arrival there, Councillor Evans. The next speaker is Councillor Martin Dimmery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, listening to this, I think there's a lot of negative views about it. There may be some positives, and undoubtedly, this authority will become a major conduit for funding. And if we're looking to things like an integrated transport network, integrated highways, maybe arts and culture as well, then I mean, we ought to be looking at this perhaps more positively. I do see Councillor Smedley's point about Bridgewater and other parts of the compass being somewhat left out. You might forgive me for once seeing that Frome, being so near to Wiltshire and not far from Dorset, might be a bit happier about this arrangement. But I don't think whichever way you split it up geographically, it's likely to cause complete accord. But I think we should be looking at it positively, because there will be positive advantages, and if we don't, we'll get left behind.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dimmery. And Councillor Evans, you have another hand.
I do indeed. I just wanted to agree with Councillor Rodriguez, which is probably a shock to both of us. The devil most definitely will be in the detail, and we most definitely do need a members' briefing on this. The difficulty is, I suspect nearly every question that will be raised at a members' briefing, the answer will be we don't know yet, and that will be the tricksy bit. So we'll try and get the right timing for it. And of course, if we don't make the priority programme, there will be no urgency on this. If we do make the priority programme, then we'll try and prioritise that as soon as possible. Okay, thanks ever so much, Chair.
Thank you. And Martin Dimmery, your hand is still up.
I'm sorry, I'm having problems with this. It's not meant to be. I do beg you to just ignore it for now, please.
All right, thank you very much. Right, does anybody else wish to comment? If not, I think that I get the feeling of the meeting that whilst there are a number of concerns, we are prepared to move ahead and see where we can get to with this proposal. A degree of light cynicism, perhaps, but nevertheless, we feel generally that we need to move forward and at least to see where we can get some positive benefit for the people of Somerset from this arrangement, but particular concern that it really should be about resources coming down from Whitehall and not being sucked up from the local area. One of these particular suggestions is to have a member briefing, and can we ask please that is arranged as quickly as possible?
Very happy that should be the case. As Councillor Evans said, I think sensibly once we know whether we are part of the priority programme or not.
Yeah.
That's the kind of trigger point for setting
Okay.
that up.
So we will have a member briefing, hopefully as soon as possible at the appropriate point. And lastly, that I'm assuming that we will maintain a watching brief on the devolution proposals and that we will be revisiting this question at future meetings of scrutiny in the coming months. Everybody happy with that? Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Hickson. With that, we will move to item 8, page 201, and this is the forward plan. Mr. Wooldridge.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this short. Hopefully, the plan speaks for itself. The key point being clearly the special meeting of this committee that's happening on the 17th of February to review the overall budget proposals, and particularly council tax proposals, ahead of the executive considering those on the 19th of February, and then all councillors considering the proposals at the meeting of council on the 26th of February.
Thank you. Any comments that anyone who wishes to make? No? Right. In that case, ladies and gentlemen, slightly over the projected time, can I thank you all for the marathon that you've punishingly forced yourselves through today. Very grateful to you for it. Look forward to seeing you all again on the 17th of February, and I suggest you bring your sleeping bags just in case. With that, thank you all very much, and I'll declare the meeting closed.